In that, the Srimati Sharada Muralidharan will be joining online, and Sharmila Joseph Madam will join online in the afternoon. I wholeheartedly invite Sri Vikas Anand, Joint Secretary, Minister of Panchayat Raj, to the stage. Sir, please. Dr. Sanjay Kumar will be joining us online. Then Srimati Smita Del, I welcome Srimati Smita to the stage. SM Vijayan sir will be joining now. Dr. Bharat Raut, all respectedly, I welcome Dr. Bharat Raut to the stage. Respected Director General KILA, Dr. Joy Elaman is here. I welcome Dr. Joy Elaman to the stage. Actually, we can start with our program today. Yeah. I invite Dr. Joy Elaman, Director General KILA, for the formal welcome speech. Sir, please.
Good morning. Good morning. So let us start with a little lively part. First of all, I welcome all of you to this program. It's a one-day regional workshop on Panchayat Development Index. Today we have with us major players who will be working on this Panchayat Development Index. We have the key officials from the Department of Local Self-Governments. We have the key officials from the Department of Economics and Statistics. Also, the district planning officers and various directors and district level officers of the various departments like the health, education, irrigation, water resources and all, who are actually part and parcel of the local self-government system. We have officers not only from the state level, but from every district. So we are happy that most of you have been able to come. Every district is represented, every department is represented. I mean, actually, this was beyond our expectation. In fact, I was just going through the registration. It is like usually we say for weddings and marriages, we start preparing the list, and then we will say we send this many cards, invitations, but many of them will not reach. Then even if they get, many of them will not be able to participate. And like that, we reduce the number, and the actual number who will be really there for the wedding function and the food will be less. This is how we calculate. And in fact, that has exactly happened today. We expected that naturally because of all other meetings happening across the state, various meetings, as well as the rains, we thought the attendance will be a little less. But I find that attendance actually has been above our expectations. The districts have been represented more than what we expected. States also, all the departments also. So we are really happy to have all of you with us. So welcome all our officials from the state level as well as from the district level. Welcome to this program. We can have a clap for this. Now, we also have district level facilitators who are actually managing the People's Plan campaign. So all of them are here. Welcome all the district level facilitators, district facilitators. We also have district level RGSA coordinators who have been there for long. So they are all here. So welcome all of you to this class. Then we have the most important people here who are the young block level thematic experts who are part of the RGSA. I mean, almost 139 of them are here because we have 52 blocks and 139 of them are here from every district who are actually going to be one of the key players for developing this Panchayat Development Index. So welcome all of you to this midst. I also have our KILA colleagues of various levels and positions. I welcome all of them to this regional workshop. But then we have Sharda Muralidharan Madam with us joining online. Most of you know, several things are happening at the level of the LSCD, especially with the waste management program, the Balini Muktam Navakerlam program and various other things. Today there are a few important meetings organized by the minister, it's Honorable Minister himself. So they will not be able to attend, but they will be joining. Madam will be joining online. Madam is already there. Welcome, Madam, to this regional workshop. We will also have Sharmila Mary Joseph, Madam. She will join in the afternoon, the concluding part. She will join in the afternoon. Again, welcoming Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph, Madam, to this regional workshop. But then this whole event happens because of the Ministry of Panchayat Raj. And I was a little concerned whether I should say thank you or welcome, because Ministry has selected Kerala as the first state to organize this regional workshop. I think for us, it is a great honor. Being the first one to do this. And of course, this has a tag attached to it, which also means that we have to complete the Panchayat Development Index also as first. I mean, that was your intention, I hope. So, and the entire leadership is with Sri Vikas Anand sir. He is the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Panchayat Raj. And thank you, sir, for selecting us. Thank you, sir, for coming to Kerala. As the Joint Secretary, this is your first visit to Kerala and to KILA. So, sir, welcome you to this program as well as to Kerala and to KILA. We have Dr. Sanjay Kumar, the Director of the MOSPI, the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, and who was also part of the PDI, Panchayat Development Index Committee. He is joining online. So welcome, sir, to this conference workshop. We have Srimati Smita, who is with the Ministry of Panchayat Raj. Welcoming Smita to this program. And then we also have Dr. Bharat Rao, who is also again from the Ministry of Panchayat Raj. So welcoming Bharat Rao also to this conference. They are all for the first session. But then we also have Dr. Ramit Maurya, who is the director at the Ministry of Panchayat Raj, who will be actually coming in the next session, but he is already here. Thank you, sir, and welcome you to this workshop. We have Pankajji, who is again with the Ministry of Panchayat Raj. He has been supporting us throughout, not just for this conference or workshop, for over all the previous conferences and workshops. He has been our main partner. So thank you, sir, and also welcoming you to this audience, this workshop. Then we have Dr. Takir Khan, again, part and parcel of the ministry and KILA. I mean, I can call you just like part of KILA also, because you have been interacting with us a lot. So thank you, Takir Khan, and welcome you once again to KILA and Kerala. We have a very important person from the NIC, Deputy Director General of the NIC. Again, he will join in the next session. But sir, as a beginning, we welcome you to this conference, Dr. Sunil Jain of the Deputy Director General of the NIC. So he's already here, but he will join in the next session. And as speakers, we have from our side, we have Sri Kumar, who is the Director of the Directorate of Economics and Statistics. Dr. Sri Kumar is here, so he will join in the next session. And then we will also have Srimati Josephine. The train is a little late, but she will join. She is the Chief of the Decentralized Planning Division of the Kerala State Planning Board. She will also join. Welcoming Srimati Josephine to this workshop. And then we have our own team of all players like the Suganya and many others who are there. But we also have from the Directorate of, we have the LSGD, the Local Self-Government Department. So we have Mr. Balraj, who is the Joint Director, who is looking after our programs. And then we also expect Srimati Josna Mall. I don't know whether she has already come in. She will be joining us. She's again another Joint Director who has been looking after the programs here. So welcoming all of them to this program. And finally, once again, welcoming all of you to this regional workshop and also for future activities. Thank you.
Once again, welcome to all the dignitaries and officials and other line departments, executives to the program and to the KILA. I would request Srimati Sharada Muralidharan, Additional Chief Secretary, Local Self-Government Department, Kerala, for keynote address on Panchayat Development Index on outcome. Madam, please.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for inviting me to this program, despite the fact that I'm not able to be there physically to attend the sessions. I would have been very curious to see how the, what it is that we are going to do with regard to the Panchayat Development Index. Although I must confess that I'm a bit curious and confused as to how a National Panchayat Development Index will roll out in the states. I have, as many of you know, and the ministry certainly does, I was Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Panchayat Raj. That was in the year 2013 to 2014, 2016. Which was the time of the rollout of the GPDP. But it was also one of the charges I did hold also was the Panchayat Development Devolution Report. And the Panchayat Devolution Report and really brought home to us exactly just how varied the states were in terms of devolution. And I would believe that the capability of the Panchayat to intervene in development activities is also a factor of the devolution. So maybe we should have a Panchayat Devolution Index, and the Panchayat Development Index should be subsumed within it, so that we do not end up comparing apples and oranges. I do understand that we are not going into a number one, number two kind of position that we are going to be giving grades. But even when it comes to giving grades, the extent of devolution means that the space of engagement will change hugely from state to state. A state which has human resources, which has development sectors, programs, and institutions transferred to it, will be able to do multiple things, which panchayats in a state that does not have similar devolution would be unable to do. But at the same time, we have also seen that that where the Panchayat is not entrusted with a lot of powers, they have been far more imaginative and innovative in respect of generating resources. Own source revenue is something which is generated with much greater fire and vigor in panchayats where they do not have too much of money transferred to them. You also find that the hunger to do interventions, to mobilize people, to mobilize resources at the local level, independent of whether you have anything given to you from the state or not, is also more. And in a state like Kerala, so much, since there we are pampered in a sense, because we have so much of funds and resources which are made available to us, we tend not to look into these kind of things, generating own source revenue, of mobilizing. We already have social capital, so the effort taken in mobilizing social capital therefore comes down. And we also develop a certain level of complacency in that we don't need to look at others and find out what things are, what is happening and how elsewhere, and try to take lessons from that. I think that is a place where we go wrong. While yes, the country has a lot to learn from Kerala and what Kerala is capable of, but there are lessons that Kerala also needs to learn from from many panchayats and systems that are outside the state. So that having been said, let us look at the Panchayat Development Index and what it means to us. Now, and to discuss with you as to what it really means with us, I would like to go back to the year 2020 when our local governments came to this round of local governments came to power. As you all recall, we were in the heart of COVID at that time, and KILA and LSDD had already planned for some very intense and different kind of orientation to local governments. What did we want to do? There were 25 years of decentralized governance and the experience of it. There have been a lot of things that Kerala that have benefited Kerala from decentralization, but there have also been a lot of areas where we have plateaued, where we have not been imaginative, we have not been creative, and one of these was the fact that our panchayats do not function as single panchayats; they function as a consortium of wards, of panchayat wards. So our planning, our execution, our projects all tend to get splintered at the ward level. That is one problem we face. We call it balkanization, that splintering into small, tiny targets, which means that larger targets very often are lost sight of projects. The second thing, and that is something in which Kerala can learn from other states also, has been the inability actually to be goal-oriented, to look at an objective and to say that this is what, our goals are execution of projects. We have a project, we want to complete it, we want to get our financial expenditures, we want to have a lot of, there might be distribution projects, there might be construction projects, there might be service delivery projects. We just want to have them executed, completed, done with. But when we do all of that, quite often we lose sight of the bigger picture. What is the bigger picture? When you're doing a health intervention, what are you targeting? What is it that you are doing this health intervention for? Is it that you want to create a PHC? Is it that you want to improve the services in the quality of service that is being given in the PHC? Is it that you want to give state-of-the-art facilities? You want to be able to help kidney patients? etc., etc.? Or is it, which is how we think, or is it that you want to reduce disease incidence in the state? Is it that you want to improve the quality of health of the people of the state, of your panchayat? Is it that you want to reduce stunting? Today, if anyone looked at the Hindu, they were looking at comparison, inter-district comparisons in various criteria. And one of these criteria were stunting of children. So for a state that has done 25 years of decentralized governance and has invested so much in health infrastructure, every single panchayat in the state should have stunting of below 10%. But we do have in districts, full districts reporting stunting of an average of 20 to 30% in children. And this is despite the fact that the panchayats have been putting a lot of money into the Anganwadis, that we have been providing supplementary nutrition, that we have been doing THRS, that we provide eggs in schools, etc., etc., etc. So evidently what is happening, and if you look at the expenditures too, in the expenditures in all these sectors, in all these districts which are also poor performing, is good. So then there is a problem somewhere. Because the problem is that you have been putting in the money, you have been doing all the right things, but you are not getting the results that you needed. So while there is an overall improvement, perhaps, in real terms, have you, as a panchayat, has any panchayat gone back to the people to say, look, I have taken care of the health of children. I have reduced mobility. I have ensured that the maternal health care services of all expectant and lactating mothers has been done to such an extent that we have reduced morbidity, we have improved the quality of, we have improved the birth weight of children in our panchayat. So this is what we were trying to do. Dr. Joy and I, when we planned, we wanted to say, let us give the panchayats, actual targets, goals to work towards. And these goals would not be completion of projects, but completion of sectoral objectives, of being able to say that this is what, we, in GPDP, we talk about poverty-free panchayat, we talk about child-friendly panchayats, but then what does this all mean, really? So today, Kerala has a unique opportunity of saying that we have taken care of the extreme poor in the state. Since I'm the one with the mic right now, let me also take it upon me to welcome Sri S.M. Vijayanand, who has just joined us here. Welcome, sir, to this session. So coming back, so Dr. Joy and I together, we were talking about, it would be really great if we could get panchayats to think in terms of the larger objectives that they would like to do. And when we think of larger objectives, there is no way we can escape the SDGs. The Sustainable Development Goals are what our larger objectives are about. The Ministry of, in Government of India, that the panchayats had a major role to play as far as the realization of the Sustainable Development Goals was concerned, was something that the Ministry of Panchayati Raj put forward at that time. Vijayan sir was there, we were there, the entire RGSA scheme restructuring happened on that ground. The scheme itself was cleared and made operational on the ground, that it was about capacity development of local governments to take on for localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. And therefore, we need to understand what these Sustainable Development Goals mean for local governments and how that becomes connected with the Panchayat Development Index. So the Panchayat Development Index, basically, if you break it down and all those indicators, finally, if we are able to tick those boxes, we are talking about reaching these Sustainable Development Goals. and sustainable development, and that requires us to be thinking beyond. Like I said, Anganwadi feeding, it's not just about ticking it. It would be about saying, what is the extent to which nutrition levels have improved in my Panchayat, or extent to which nutrition levels have improved in my in the ULB. And if we are able to show a clear trajectory of improvement, that means that that it has worked. Very often, what we don't realize is that we set the amount, we put the money, we put the resources, and we implement the scheme. But it need not necessarily mean that the people who need it the most are receiving it. That non-monetary monitoring is extremely critical, of figuring out, is this going where it should go? Number one. Two, when it goes to where it should go, is it benefiting the person to whom it is going? So THRS, we've to give a specific example of the take-home ration scheme, we came out with a lovely supplement. The Kudumbashree units were organized to put the supplement together, and they implemented this. We ensured that it reached all the households, all the children who were below 3 years old who needed the supplement were provided the supplement. But what happened? We did not see a significant improvement in the nutrition levels of those children. We didn't see a significant change in the stunting dynamic that was happening. And we did, when we started looking into this, we did see that in many cases, the children were not really being given the ration. When they were given the ration, sometimes it was too dry for them, so there was no effort to make it more palatable to children, to find out what could be done with it. There were many cases in which the delivery was done, and it was the cows and the calves that were benefiting because they were being given the THRS instead of the little children. So at the end of the day, if you look at the volume of THRS that is moved, very good. If you look at whether that system has been not disrupted, very good. But if you look at the impact, average. So ultimately, as far as we are concerned, it is not about successful execution of project. It is about successful achievement of goal. And today in Kerala, we are poised to look at that. In order to achieve a goal, however, we would need to know exactly where we are at any particular point in time. So a Panchayat or a municipality should be able to figure out that this is where I am with regard to specific socio-economic indicators. If you are talking about a child-friendly Panchayat, then you are also talking about nutrition, you're talking about education, you're talking about overall health, you're talking about well-being, you're talking about violence against children, you're talking about opportunities for growth, you're talking about sports and behavior, you're talking about their mental health as well. And so all of these, in all of these, we need to have little goals which we are able to achieve. And we need to be able to see the difference that comes in. The difference that comes in, some of these are very tangible and easy to quantify. Some of these are not. But ultimately, in order to achieve what it is that we are trying for, we need to be able to define the goal. Once the goal is defined, then we also need to do our baseline to have a very clear picture of where we are at the start. And we have to keep track of how we are going in the future. Now, in 2014, when we started the GPDP off, we really did not have the tools that we have today. So today, Kerala is poised to become a completely digitally governed state. The working of the Panchayat offices has gone completely online. We've got online systems, online file management. We have data that is coming to us, which is again being stored and managed in the cloud. We are moving towards the case smart regime, in which we expect that the speed with which our digital governance goes is going to go up manifold. We also expect that the capability of data crunching and management is going to go up manifold. And today, it is a crazy thing that can happen perhaps only in Kerala. The government decides that they, as part of the local economic development agenda, they want to do a survey of all those people who are looking for jobs, and to have a basic questionnaire filled out in respect of those people, so that an entire inventory of people seeking employment can be made, and on that basis, people can be contacted, connected, helped for skill upgradation, helped for identifying potential employers, etc., etc. This idea is mooted, and we find that within a span of 3 weeks, we are able to cover 60 lakh population and get this data. And this data is taken, enumerated. That resource now has been consolidated, and action is being taken on this. But how did this happen? Anyway, when I was asked as Secretary LSDD as to whether this could be done, I said, no, it will take more time. But the government insisted that it be done in 3 weeks' time, and in 3 weeks flat, we did it. How is it that a state was able to, in 3 weeks, come out with this kind of the survey was done, the reports were filed, the data was consolidated, and the entire database was created. And this was created because of the fact that in Kerala, the fact that we are completely digitally enabled, so every nook and cranny of the state in Panchayats, we can actually go in for data collection through applications and on the mobile. So mobile-based applications could be created, number one. Number two is that we have, because the state is digitally enabled, it is also that we have people who are who can be mobilized in a jiffy, who have the capability of understanding, being trained in use of mobile applications and using them on the ground. Three, this capability is actually spread across the Kudumbashree network. The Kudumbashree network is something which is a community-based organization available in every Gram Panchayat and municipality of the state. It is available in every ward and division of the state, and it has now created a set of auxiliary groups, younger women, most of whom are very technologically savvy and who got smartphones. And therefore, it becomes a part-time employment for them. They can be mobilized at the drop of a hat. The Panchayat and the municipality are the ones who mobilize them. Trainings can be organized. KILA, as it is, Kerala has a very strong history of cascading trainings. So trainings can be mobilized very quickly. And lo and behold, these women, they know the community which they are going to. They are able to get the data. They are able to upload the data. That data comes together and we've got our database. So if there is any state in the country that can actually create baselines and compare them with performances down the line, it is the state of Kerala. And it is every single Gram Panchayat and every single municipality of Kerala. In order to tie all this together, we already have the idea of the K-Smart, which is coming in. So K-Smart, Kerala Smart is going to be, the ILGM is 2.0 is going to be K-Smart. And this is going to, by November, we are hoping that the K-Smart becomes universally applicable across the state. There again, now we are talking about data, information of the level that we have never had before. The challenge before us would be to, and this is also about data that is now, in the early days of the SDG, one of the reasons why they kept the Ministry of Panchayat Raj and Urban Affairs out of the reckoning was the assumption that the information and data was available only with departments. And even in the departments, this was available only at the district level, that at the sub-district level itself, data was not available. We are forgetting the fact that the data ultimately originates locally. It is the consolidation. It is because consolidated data comes up at the district level, and once it's consolidated, we forget to segregate it again. So segregation back the line does not happen. But this data, actually, in the case of Kerala now, with the possibilities of AI, with the possibilities of digital governance, we are in a position of being able to use this data well. We are in a position of we are already using it in waste management. The amount of data that has been generated in the last 3 months with regard to what is happening on the ground in the area of waste management is incredible. And what we need to do is to be able to have a superstructure which is able to analyze this data, feed the information with regard to data, enable local governments to then set their sectoral and sectoral priorities, their larger goals, and execute them, and also present report cards on where they go and how they go. If we are able to do it, and this is the way we should be going, we need to be torchbearers of how technology can be incorporated into governance, how it can be. It is not just about service delivery alone, it is also about data and management of data. We have Mr. Harari telling us that data will be the new power of the new world. And maybe we need to take note of that and use it, because the world is changing in ways which are just incredible and beyond our understanding at this point. But we are so poised. The state is, and the panchayats are actually so poised to be able to do so much. Today, for instance, one of the workshops that is happening, we've had multiple workshops happening today. One of the workshops that is happening is looking at the ULBs, the waste management in ULBs. So we are looking at questions of, what are the methods of organic waste management? What is the gap that is identified there? What would be the processing facilities? What would be the system of collection? Where and how mapping, the volume, the generation of waste that is coming in. So you identify exactly, which are your bigger areas of waste generation, so that you can map the system much more scientifically. And this goes for non-bio waste collection. This goes for chicken slaughter waste. This goes for C&D, construction and demolition waste as well. So there is this, we are looking into transportation methods that are being used, and we are looking to see how many of these places can big-bodied vehicles go? Where do you have smaller bodied vehicles? Where do you have to do hand carts? So there is that complete mapping of the kind that was never possible, we could not think of before. And when we do it, what we are doing, we are raising the bar of the quality of performance that we expect from the local government. We are raising the information, the quality of information that goes into planning by local governments. And we will have to support that with raising the capability of local governments, of panchayats, to be able to deliver at that level. So for the state of Kerala, I think the PDI should be something that we use by way of furthering our agenda of localization of the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to look to see as to how this agenda can be dovetailed into the entire e-governance agenda that is right now a major priority of the state, and in which the local self-government department itself is way ahead in achieving it. And we need to see how this data can be used responsibly for results, and used as both a way to understand how we need to prioritize, as well as a way of figuring out the extent to which we have succeeded in prioritizing what we have wanted to do. So this should be, these are just some thoughts on what the PDI should mean to us. I will stop here and wish this conference and workshop all success. Thank you.
importantly, Dr. Joy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak here. And what Sada ma'am has told, and we will keep that in mind. And I hope that once we are done with our framework, our database management application, all the concerns which she has raised will be addressed. And especially the focus on development, not only as infrastructure development, but on the services. And also we have number of indicators to to assess whether panchayats are giving the basic civic services, whether they are doing the waste management. Everything is there in all the 577 indicators, which we will be using for computation of PDI. So as of now, the panchayats are seen as a local self-government rather than as a civic body like a municipality. In municipality, there are a number of functions, and people expect that all the civic services within a municipality will be provided by the municipal corporation, municipal council, municipality, or Nagar Panchayat. But as far as panchayats are concerned, that perception had not been there till recently. In some of the states like Kerala, devolution is more, and the expectations are also more. But during last 5-6 years, most of the schemes of the government, they are focusing on the panchayats. Jal Jeevan Mission, Swachh Bharat Mission, and all the other schemes of government of India, they are now focusing on panchayats as the basic unit of implementation of those schemes. And also, not only in Kerala, but in every state, there are rising standards of living, and people are aspiring for more. Previously, the roads, the infrastructure, the services, health facilities, health services, they were not, the expectations were low, and also the demand was low. But now, with rising standards of living, people are demanding more from the panchayats. And also there is a pressure to perform, and also there is a competition for development among the sarpanches, among the panchayats, among the members within the wards. And panchayats have been identified as a critical instrumentality of the state to attain the sustainable development goals to which we are committed. And there is a need to recognize the panchayats as the rural local bodies rather than just the local self-government. Local body is more empowered, expectations of the people are more, so that they also deliver more. And till now, let us take example of tuberculosis. The motto was TB Mukt Bharat. The entire nation has to be TB Mukt. But very recently, the PM has launched, Honorable PM has launched TB Mukt Panchayat. So the leap is from the nation to the panchayat. The importance which is now given to the panchayat is unprecedented. And there are other missions also where panchayats are seen as a unit which can deliver, and also to identify which panchayats are doing better and where we can now focus on the other endemic areas. Then we need, if it's an instrument for attaining of the sustainable development goals, then there is a need for evidence-based assessment of performance of GPs. We cannot say that I have done very well. I have 2 children, both are very happy with the results. One may be getting 60%, other he is happy that I have done better than last. I got 55%. This time I have got 60%. Other child, he is getting 95%, and he is not happy with that I have not done well. So it all depends how we are assessing the performance. Just saying that I have done very well will not serve the purpose. It will not suffice. So also, all the developmental efforts of the government of India or the state government, the government of Kerala, it has to be assessed based on empirical evidence, not only on the hearsay. Also, there are achievement gaps. Even in leading states like Kerala, some of the gaps in education among the social groups, among the peer group, that can be known from the PDI. And also for GPDP, for quality of GPDP, we need evidence-based planning based on where we are lagging and where we are doing better. And this will also help in better allocation of resources. So why PDI? Already there is a SDG India index, and there is also the Niti Aayog is doing the indexing for the aspirational district, aspirational blocks. So because without panchayats performing better, without performing their performance, we will not be able to attain the 2030 agenda of the SDGs. And already Shada ma'am has just spoken, sir was also there. After GPDP, we have also, there has been localization of sustainable development goals with 9 themes. And it is the people, they recognize and they identify better with 9 themes rather than with the 17 goals. So SDGs are measured at the global level, and also the base is not the basic unit of municipality or the panchayats, it is the states. So with SDG, we know how we are performing as a nation, but how the panchayats are performing, how our basic, without the basic unit of governance, if we do not know how they are performing, we will not be able to take corrective action. So it measures the progress of attainment of localized sustainable development goals at the Gram Panchayat level. It also scale up the visibility of the developmental level and the disparities in development in entire rural India. And how we are unable to serve the last mile, how we are unable to reach to the people who are at the last. And for that, the ministry had constituted a committee, and Srimati Raghunandan headed the committee, and they have given the report, PDI report, which we have also circulated, and additional, the electronic copy has also been circulated. And committee has suggested mechanisms for PDI computation based on local indicators. While there are global indicators, national indicators, they have been translated into local indicators for better assessment of the performance. And based on those performance, every localized sustainable development goal, every theme is scored for every panchayat. And based on that score of a theme, the composite PDI is prepared. And the report has also discussed initiative of some of the states. And I am very happy to know from Dr. Joy and Sukanya that already Kerala is carrying out exercise in PDI, and more than 300 panchayats have already been assessed over more than 300 indicators. So I not only hope, I not only wish, but I'm very confident that Kerala will be the leading state to implement the PDI framework and to assess the performance of panchayats. So the basic objective is to know how panchayats are doing. Some of the panchayats may be scoring very high, even in Kerala, and some may not be scoring very high. So this is how the SDGs and localized SDGs are related. So they are goals, and national indicators are there, and then we have a SDG India index. In PDI, we have themes, 9 themes are there, then local indicators are there, and based on those themes, 9 themes, the PDI is computed. In SDGs, we have 17 goals, 169 targets, 231 indicators. And in SDG India index, we have 17 goals, 75 targets, and 118 indicators. But in PDI is very, very comprehensive. We have 577 targets, indicators, and we are measuring 144 targets against these indicators in the 9 themes. So not all, we don't have to collect all the indicators. Some of them are repeated. Some of them are very specific to, let us say, coastal area or to hilly region. So there are 444 common indicators which are to be calculated or to be collected for all the panchayats. And 66 indicators will be repeated indicator. So there will be total 496, less than 500 indicators which will be used for computation of PDI. And for this, there will be 688 data points. And the main challenge will be in the data sourcing and from where the data will come. A part of data, almost 40% of these indicators will come from the union ministries. Already number of indicators are being collected through various data collection by the ministries, by the Ministry of Rural Development. That will be there in the next slide. But at the same time, lot of this data is already being managed, stored, collected by the panchayats that can be used. There will be some data left which will be collected by the GP at the GP level. So ministry-wise data we see, we have 16 indicators for which data will be sourced from the Ministry of Education. UDICE, from UDICE we will take that data directly through API. Mr. Sunil Jain, who is the DDG of NIC, who is here, will in his presentation will tell how we will source the data from there. From drinking water and sanitation, we will get 15 indicators. From women child development, minimum 5 we will get, but we may get more that we are discussing with them. From the Ministry of Rural Development, 135 indicators will be sourced from Ministry of Rural Development, and we will give the data for 55 indicators, the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. And from the Department of Land Resources, 1 indicator data will come from there. So major data contributor will be the Ministry of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj through its 2 departments and 2 ministries. So PDI computation, it will be there in the other presentations also. But the first, because the pilot which was done in Maharashtra for 30 panchayats, it was done through Google Forms and Excel sheets. Now NIC will be creating a portal with database management application. So that will be, the data will be with checks and validations, and there will not be any need for data cleaning. And then from that data LIF will be calculated, and from that LIF thematic score will be calculated for a GP, and geometric mean of all the 9 theme scores, thematic score, will give us the PDI. And as of now, the committee has what they have used in the pilot. All the indicators, local indicators, were assigned equal weights, or they were assigned unit weights. So but states can they can decide if they want to assign different weights to different indicators based on their priority, the importance they attach to them. And this can also be used to compute the PDI of the block or the district and also of the state. So the performance can be assessed by comparing if we are computing PDI for this year, there will be a baseline for 2022-23, and in future the progress can be assessed, it can be computed, it can be calculated, measured on the baseline, the percentage change, or it can be how much far we are from the target. So that can be done, or from the change from the previous year. So committee has not favored the rankings because we are in a very nascent stage if we compute when we compute the PDI, and they have preferred and recommended for grades. And though data will be pulled or pushed more than once in a year, but it will be an annual exercise. The LIF is at the Gram Panchayat level, and because the outcomes can be enhanced by the contribution of the block panchayat and Zilla Panchayat, their PDI will also be affected by the PDI score of the GP. So this is how, if in a PDI, a beginner will be one who is scoring less than up to 40 points, and aspirant will be from 40 to 60, performer will be 60 to 75. And front runners will be those who are scoring over 75 but less than 90. And achievers will be those who will be scoring more than 90. And I hope lot of Gram Panchayats in Kerala will be scoring in the front runners and achievers. And this is how the LIF, the local indicators are unidimensional, and there's some will be giving rise to PDI, which will be multidimensional. So, and why PDI? As we have already discussed, it will be for the evidence-based assessment, for the realistic assessment of the progress of Panchayat, rather than on the subjective and perceptive analysis of the same, on better planning. And also, like Kerala and many other states, a lot of panchayats have already achieved much more than the targets of their states or the national targets. They should, and they can set better targets than the state targets or the national targets. In the National Panchayat Awards, we received a lot of claims regarding TB-free panchayats. In Andaman, out of 70 Gram Panchayats, 37 have claimed to be free of TB. Similarly, in Kerala, a lot of panchayats have claimed to be very low level of anemia or tuberculosis. So all those, they can set better targets, higher targets, they can be more ambitious. As of now, no interstate comparison is planned, and it will be up to the state if they want to compare their panchayats or districts or blocks. And the road ahead will be NIC of the ministry under the DDG, Mr. Sunil Jain, will be preparing database management application. And we hope that rather than August, we will be getting it finalized and completed by 31st of July, and we will be launching it. And there will be need-based modification in indicators depending upon the suggestions from the states as well as from the ministries. And first of all, there will be validated database available with the ministry and the departments in the state that will be used. And we will coordinate with the union ministries for available data with them. And we request the Department of Planning and Statistics to make the data available from the state departments wherever they are collecting it. And the Gram Panchayats can start with lesser number of indicators, but they can increase progressively over the year. And the data which is already collected by the ministries and the departments will be the minimum indicators which will form the base for the PDI, because this will also be used for the Panchayat Awards next year. And data collection for the new data which is not now collected will be by the GP officials from the field level workers. So we request all the departments of the state through the Department of Panchayati Raj, LS, Local Self Government Department in Kerala, for helping in good data collection so that the veracity is high. And the first validation will be at the block level, and then at the district level and the state level. And we request the Department of Planning and Statistics to help in the validation, and by creating a dedicated cell at the block level. And the Department of Planning and Statistics will also act as a custodian of data and its validation. And also, we request that all the department to collect data which is LGD local body seeded, so that it can be directly fetched into the application through the API. And this will be, as I have told, this will be used for incentivization exercise by the ministry next year. And even the state, Kerala, can use it for their own Panchayat Awards. And the intensive CBNT exercise will be done through SID PR, because this was done in Yashta first. So the first batch of SLMTs will be trained by Yashta, but we will also request Dr. Joy and team of KILA to undertake this exercise for SLMTs. And though we are anchoring this, but it will be a common property resource. Any state, any government agency can use this data for better planning, for better assessment of their schemes. And any request for data sharing with us will be immediately acceded to, and we will try that it is done as soon as possible. So thank you so much. And I will once again request ma'am also and the all of you. And it's a matter of delight that so many representatives have joined today, and all the people who are working in the field, they are here. I request everyone to implement the PDI at the earliest. And I'm once again, thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Joint Secretary Sri Vikas Anand, for providing us an overview about PDI. Now we have Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Director, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation and member of PDI committee. He has joined us online, and I request Dr. Sanjay Kumar to talk about the stages of PDI, computation Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. But it's getting echo.
Yeah. Okay, sir, please. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, but
Yeah. You may start with sir. Okay, sir, please.
good morning to all. Hope my slides are visible.
Sir, Sanjay sir, please check with you have switched on two equipments we feel. Please switch on the second one. There is echo coming. Sir,
So now, hello, I think I am now audible. Now I'll start. So good morning to all. Sorry for this inconvenience. So, Joint Secretary Sir had already beautifully explained in brief the compilation of PDI. So I will go into detail how we will in future compute the PDI and how the data can be validated. There are different stages of PDI calculation. So briefly, like the first stage is compilation of raw values on the indicators. As Joint Secretary Sir told you that there are so many indicators in PDI. So once the data is collected for all the alive indicators or as far as possible on the indicators, so that data first will collected on these indicators and it will be cleaned. And there are certain indicators of binary nature in which the response either yes or no is to be recorded. Like the school is having library or playground, so you will be getting only answers in yes and no. So first step is that we will compile all these raw values. Then second step is to ascertain weights for the indicators. As the previous speaker also told that we have recommended for equal weights because it's very difficult to get to assign weight to different indicators. We suggested for equal weights, keeping in mind that all the SDGs are equally important. So weight means we are giving to one SDG than the other one. So the zero poverty is as important as the zero hunger or the good health. So equal weights we have recommended for the GP level. But when we are going above the GP level, suppose for we want to calculate this PDI for block level or district level, so that time the share of this particular GP in block has been taken as weight. So basically we are taking consideration the population of that GP into mind. So at the block level, district level, state level, only the population weights will be taken. Next step is the very important step is the normalization of raw values. So normalization of raw values, that means rescaling the raw values into a score between 0 to 100. So the first question is that why we do require this normalization? Why normalization required? I have tried to explain it here. So we are having 9 themes and around 577 indicators, and the indicators are they are measuring different components. For example, here if you see the first one is percentage of maternal death to live birth. So here the data, I have given the sample data here. So data may be like that 6 per 100 live bird. So there are 6 maternal deaths per 100 live bird. So here the unit is 100 live bird. Similarly, if we talk about the institutional delivery, so it is 80%. It is only that some illustrative figures. So here the unit is in percentage. For the next indicator, sorry, my slides. I'm not able to share my slide. It's showing that host as. So hope the slides are visible.
Yes, sir.
Similarly, the indicator may be per lakh women that have subjected to dowry offences during the year. So here the unit may be 1 lakh women. Under 5 mortality, the unit may be 1,000 live girl childbirth. Or there is one indicator, total number of homeless population. Here the number may be in absolute terms. And yes, no kind of thing like that ensures social inclusion. So why we require normalization? This is the reason. Because all the indicators, they are having the different units. Now, if one want to compare the GP, one GP to another one, so it will be difficult unless we have some normalized scores, their absolute value. So why normalization is that? So how we will make normalization? There is some standard formula which are accepted globally and is being done in SDG India Index by the PDI also. So there are 2 kinds of indicators in the LIF. One indicator is positive indicator, another one is the negative indicator. So positive indicators are those for which the increase will be better, and negative indicator is that in which decrease is desirable. The example of positive indicator like percentage of birth attended by skilled health personnel, institutional delivery, or it may be percentage of functional household water tap connection. So these sets of indicators are positive indicators. So for positive indicators, how we are going to get the normalized value? This is a small formula which I have written here. That x dash, that means it is a normalized value, that equal to x minus minimum x maximum divided by maximum minus minimum x into 100. So on that particular data set, we will find the minimum value and maximum value, and by applying this formula, one will get the normalized score. In case of negative indicators, the formula is different one. So here we are, negative indicators means like percentage of maternal death to live birth. So this is a negative indicator. Or percentage of unemployed person. So the decrease in this indicator is desirable. If we see the formula here, the formula is little bit different. Here the normalized value equal to maximum of x minus x divided by maximum minus minimum. So again, in the data set for the particular indicator, we will find the minimum maximum value, and by applying this formula, one can get the normalized score. So here is an example which I gave you earlier. So after normalization, you can see the last column. So all the values has been converted between 0 to 100. So for all the GP, all the indicator values will be rescaled into 0 to 100 for easy comparison. So these are example are illustrative only. I have generated from hypothetical data, so the actual picture will be different. So here you can see all the indicators. The raw was different one having unit, and normalized score is unitless, and the value is between 0 to 100. After getting this normalization, the fourth step is to calculate the theme-wise GP score. Now, suppose in a particular theme, if we have only 5 indicators, I have shown here in step 4. So, arithmetic mean of the indicator values will be calculated for arriving at the thematic score. Suppose we are having 5 indicators, and score you can see in the second row, like the 88, 72, 81, 65, 96. So, we will take simple mean, arithmetic mean of these score values to get the theme score. So for suppose if it is theme 1, so the theme 1 score for a particular GP will be 8.4. Then the next step is computation of PDI for that Gram Panchayat. So here the metric mean of all 9 thematic score will be calculated to reach the PDI of GP. By doing the step 4, we will get theme values for all the 9 themes. Here I have shown in the second table. The 9 theme has the different score, and PDI is the geometric mean of these 9 themes. So here PDI we have calculated. So PDI is 81. So I think these steps are very simple and have been given in our report also. So one can go through report also. Then the next thing which is very important is data validation. So data validation, that means ensuring accuracy and quality of data before processing it for PDI calculation. So it will be a very crucial role for from your part to get the data validated, because we know that a large data set would be required for PDI compilation. If I talk about in the All India scenario, then we are having around 2.69 lakhs Gram Panchayat. We are having 5-7 indicators which have 416 alive indicators plus 161 sub indicators, and around 680 data points are there. So that means a large data set will be for compilation of PDI. So data validation will play a very crucial role in establishing the quality and the usability of PDI in future. So here I want to give one example of my ministry, how we are getting the data validated, how we are doing data validation for our day-to-day work. So one of the indicator, one of the major statistical product you must have heard, that inflation rate, which ministry every month releases on every 12th of every month. We are releasing consumer price index. So this index is being released after collecting monthly data from around 2,300 villages and urban markets across the country. All the states' duties have been covered in this CPI, and every month we get around 5.5 lakh data points which are validated before compilation of that index, because the index and the inflation rate are very sensitive in nature, so a very careful examination and validation is required. So we do validation for this. So how the data we are validating? The data is entered in a pre-designed software by our primary worker, which we call junior statistical officer. They are posted in the field offices across the country. Like in KILA, we are having office in Trivandrum as well as Kojipur, Cochin, etc. So the JSOs are entering data from the field offices. There is a CPI portal which has been developed by NIC, and there are some inbuilt quality, some data entry checks, alerts in the NIC software also, so that can get alert while entering some unusual data. Suppose one person enter one more zero, then it will give some alert. Thereafter, we have supervisory officers, which we call senior statistical officer. They have to compulsorily validate the data. Without data validation by the SSO, the data will not go upward. So once the supervisor do the data validation, then it will go to journal office, then to headquarters. So MOSPI at central level uses then different diagnostic tool for data validation before compiling CPI. So at the now at New Delhi, sitting in New Delhi, we are getting 5.5 lakh data point every month. So here we use some kind of diagnostic tools. We see the differences, the percentage change over the months. So validation is being done by MOSPI. So similar kind of data validation will be required at GP level as well as the block and district state level also. So for PDI, the data validation will be very crucial, and that would require at various levels. At Panchayat level, like the data acquisition for PDI will be done either through APIs or through some data entry. So the Panchayat level data which is being entered into NIC software, which NIC probably they are in the process of developing it. So very carefully the data should be transmitted in NIC, that portal. So that kind of data validation will be done by the primary worker at Panchayat level who is doing data entry. Then at block level, some block level officer, he will require to validate data for all the Panchayat under his or her jurisdiction. So that once that is done by that particular block level officer, then the data will go above, say district or state level. So because at the block level you will be having data of the maybe 10 chats under your jurisdiction, so one can have a fair idea about the indicator values at least. Then at district and sub and state level, the district state level officer, they will also have some data validations before sending it to at central level, and at the central headquarters level, whoever is doing this compilation work, he would use certain analytical tools. so that data quality can be ensured. So this data validation step is very important for the reliability of the PDI, and that responsibility to large extent lies on the shoulder of the Panchayat people who are engaged in this data collection and data entry. So this is all from my side. Thank you. In case of any question, thanks a lot.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, for your informative words. And we apologize from our side for the inconvenience incurred for some time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now we have a short break for tea break. We have 10 minutes for having our tea. 3 counters have been arranged outside this auditorium. One left side, front side, and right side. On left side, there is only tea. Left one. Yeah. Tea only on the left side. And the other 2 counters, all the types of tea, coffee, and all available there. Okay, thank you.
അതില് കാണേണ്ടത് എങ്ങനെ നോക്കുക സ്ക്രീനിൽ അതിൽ വരും. അപ്പൊ ഇതെങ്ങനെയാണ് വരിക? എങ്ങനെ നോക്കുക? അപ്പൊ അതെങ്ങനെയാ കാണിക്കുക? എന്റെ ഭർത്താവിനെ നോക്കിയത് സാറ് വെറുതെ ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ വരും. ഇന്ന് വന്നിട്ട് എന്റെ സമയം
Check. विकास अच्छा पहले मैं अभी नहीं हूँ ठीक अच्छा विजयालय से रखा ठीक है नहीं अभी विजयालय
उसके बाद okay okay now I then Srikumar sir हाँ बोल
check how can you be in this Should be here, or we should be here?
It's, I think it's close, it's very good. Means the voice is.
Good morning. Is that good? Can I be louder?
It's there because we are saying here. No, that's
Sound.
why. There, there, only sound both sides. ഇനിയിപ്പം മേഡം അല്ല
It's here. No, sir, actually what happened is that the power company. We are working. Find the time. Yes, sir. Nice. Fine.
All are requested to rejoin the program. We are going to continue our program. All are requested to come to the hall, please. അടുത്തതായി നമ്മളോട് സംസാരിക്കുന്നത് ശ്രീ SM വിജയാനന്ദ് സാറാണ്. നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും പരിചിതനായിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീ SM വിജയാനന്ദ് സാർ പഞ്ചായത്ത് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ഇൻഡീസസിന്റെ സിഗ്നിഫിക്കൻസിനെ കുറിച്ചും എങ്ങനെ അത് തയ്യാറാക്കാം എന്നുള്ളതിനെ കുറിച്ചുമാണ് സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്. വളരെ സ്നേഹത്തോടെ ബഹുമാനത്തോടെ വിജയാനന്ദ് സാറിനെ സംസാരത്തിനായി ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു.
Respected Joint Secretary from the Ministry of Panchayat Raj, DG KILA, and my dear friends. So I'll make some quick points on how we can use this. What are the implications of PDI for GPDP? I spent two days trying to quickly scan through this, but it's a big document and it will take a lot of time to read it. So it's based on my first impressions. I'll give you the observed deficiencies of GPDP. It is not data-based. There is no monitoring of outcomes and incremental improvements, and more of infrastructure and less of soft, low-cost activities. And there is no objective status of development of a Gram Panchayat as of now, with comparable indicators. In that sense, PDI is a very important step in addressing these issues. But I must caution, it's only a beginning, a small beginning, a long way to go. But the directions are clear. That's the importance of this PDI report. So what are the contributions of this report? One, where the data lie. It's a humongous exercise. I must congratulate the PDI team under Jayashree for pulling this out from all kinds of sources. And their linkage to SDGs and targets and development themes. Because we have millions of data indicators, but how to link. And another very important thing, they have stressed these soft aspects of development. Infrastructure gets a relatively low priority, rightly so. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, an index of development status. And as was mentioned earlier, that interesting grouping of states, achievers, front runners, aspirers, beginners. I mean, conventionally in government, you'll say low performers and high performers. Nobody is called a low performer. They're all beginner, but really they're not beginners, they're low performers. So that also we must understand. Many of them deliberately perform lowly, some of them beyond their point. And another interesting concept for the Panchayat is a report card. You know your position vis-a-vis the block, the district, the state, and the country, potentially in a small way. And another thing is, for the first time, for a very long time, the Ministry of Panchayat Raj has been trying to get the other ministries to cooperate. Not very successfully, but now at least they've agreed to share data. And very importantly, in spite of a lot of efforts by a lot of people, ministries don't tend to accept GP as a unit. And even the Indian census takes the village as a unit, which makes absolutely no sense. But now, of course, thanks to SCCC, you can map them. But now ministries have agreed, and ultimately that's going to be the biggest contribution of this. If you push, that unit of data collection will move down to the panchayat sooner or later, the gram panchayat. That's a big hope of this. Then, of course, potential of convergence with departments. And very significantly, I didn't find it mentioned here, the VPRP, the Village Poverty Reduction Plan of the SHGs are getting linked, which means SHG as a potential of participatory data has just been hinted at in this report. Now, what can it do to GPDP? So there, I must caution, an index cannot be used for planning. No index can ever be used for planning. But when you deconstruct it, thematic, even then, can it be used for planning? It will give you some signals. Ultimately, for planning, you need to go to the real issue. What we have done, if you say gender, there must be 30, 40, 50 things. And what we didn't do in that panchayat is a matter of detail. But to know the overall status, this is useful. Then each of these detail indicators, we know, I don't know to explain. We need different layers, and you have to pull out the smallest layer for planning. Then something not much stressed. There are a lot of gaps in data. We all know it. And I think somewhere I saw 219 items are to be collected through surveys, which are not easy, especially if you want to do it annually. That is very, very important. And something which at the panchayat level, planning will largely depend on qualitative data coming out through PRA. And there are techniques of capturing PRA suggestions into some kind of numbers or at least priorities. So that is very, very, a modified PRA needs to be developed. At the launch of GPDP, a PRA was developed for local planning. Now we need to modify the PRA for SDG planning. Another important, perhaps a very important tool of planning is to analyze the spatial patterns of data and overlay them. So only then when the panchayat sees its pattern, or the block or the district sees this is a pattern of development, overlay each theme, then they will know which area is lacking. That's a very, very powerful kind of thing. I remember about 25 years ago, this was done in Thrissur when GIS was not there. Just ordinary tracing paper, they prepared maps and overlaid it on this, and everybody got shocked. This is the backward area of Thrissur, which is supposed to be developed. Then, of course, ultimately, planning will depend on the voice of the people. If it's a real voice of the people, negotiated priorities, but data owned, which is not very easy. People don't own data or use data. Data is used by officials. People use some kind of negotiations. So if you can get it, will be very, very important. Since senior officers from the ministry are there, since I worked in the ministry, Government of India for 8 years in RD and Panchayat Raj, we have what is called a CSS mentality. CSS mentality means we will tell you what to do and we will catch you on transgressions, but we will not help build your capacity. That's the CSS mentality. I've been fighting with many of my JSS, particularly in RD, but that is something to be avoided totally. So when you really do a participatory planning, I personally feel the Sankalp choice should be revalidated based on the data available in the Gram Panchayat, not on the whims and fancies and people's priorities. And we can give illustrative suggestions to the Gram Panchayat. We can give 1,000 suggestions to the Gram Panchayat. We can give them prompts. We can nudge them. We can give them project ideas. But I strongly feel mandating them from above is unconstitutional. If somebody goes to the court, it will be struck down. You just have no power. The Finance Commission has given the money, not even to the state, to the local government, within a framework. You cannot tell this thing. I incidentally happen to be the chairman of Pradhan, an NGO working in 10,000 panchayats in India. So when I was going down to the field, they told me that in one particular thing, one Sankalp, there are about 100 odd items. You have to take 50 items, only from among them. Theoretically, I had a discussion with the Secretary Panchayat Raj, who was there at that time. And theoretically, you can take anything, but it has to go all the way to Delhi and get permission for an approved activity. And all the Panchayat, everybody in bureaucracy knows how to game a system. So they came to an easy solution. They will take 3 or 4 important projects. After that, they put 10 rupees for each of the other activity. So let us not trivialize planning. We can, since IT will have a lot of ways of breaking it. So let's make it very real. That's my personal plea. Then when it comes to DPDP and DPDP, these PDIs have a lot of relevance to know in the district what are the backward. Again, if you get it into the thematic sub-indices. A big contribution which Ministry of Panchayat Raj needs to push is that we have to distinguish between Gram Panchayat's data and data within a Gram Panchayat geography. Much of this data is Gram Panchayat geography because Panchayat has nothing to do with most of those activities for which data are being collected. And in the short run, they may not have much to do. But the big thing is what the department is doing in that Panchayat is captured. So we take this data and tell the department, you have not done anything in the Panchayat. And Panchayats themselves can use this data to have a demand pull, which is not there earlier. This is not done here. This is not done here. Please do it. We have no power. We have no money. This is not our area delegated by the state. So that is a major, major contribution. Then, of course, as was mentioned several times, monitoring outcomes across years. Then another possibility emerging once you fine-tune this data is possibilities of need-based funding. Now we fund it basically on population and area. So the state finance commissions and possibly the 16th finance commission can go. Even the state schemes will have to flow to these areas if the data is made public and a lot of people demand, yes, this area is backward in women, this thing. That's the kind of thing possibility. Then there are larger implications, which I would request the Ministry of Panchayat Raj and Ministry of Rural Development to follow. And particularly MOSPI, the quality of administrative and byproduct statistics can be improved. Earlier statisticians were keeping away. These are all useless kind of data, but now it's recognized. We spend so much of money. So if we can develop, I've seen Center for Development Studies do an exercise on health data from below. What is the data generated at the wellness center, this thing, what is the quality, how to improve the quality, that's going to be a major challenge. So that has been indirectly hinted at in the report. Then sharing responsibilities. Who collects what? Very easy to say Panchayat data, but who is the person to collect? And who is the person to validate? Ultimately, for all the 500 and odd, this thing, there has to be in writing a protocol varying across states. Then, of course, data interpretation protocols, which has to be developed by institutions like KILA, NARDPR. How the Panchayat will make sense of these kind of data. When I say Panchayat, is elected representatives. Then, of course, how to develop parameters for future SFCs I meant. Ultimately, that's the ambition of all of us. In fact, after the Rangarajan Commission report in the early 2000s, the Planning Commission set up 2 committees. I was a member of both on what is called local statistics. There is nothing called local statistics in India. So that's a big mandate for MOPR to push the concept of local statistics, which means all the national statistics will go down to the district, block, and ultimately the Gram Panchayat. Maybe start with the censuses and then go on to other areas. So it's a tall order, but there are a lot of interesting techniques emerging. I'll quickly point out to some issues. My time is running out. As I said, Gram Panchayat versus Gram Panchayat geography. We have to distinguish. And all of us, Gram Panchayat means the elected Panchayat, not the location. So that's going to be a big understanding thing. Then, of course, availability. 332 items are from Gram Panchayats. I'm sure in large part of India, including Kerala, Gram Panchayats are not generating so much of data, at least generating consciously so much of data. Reliability we mentioned. Then variations across regions. That is also an important thing. And then when you construct an index, I'm not a statistician, though I worked for 4 years as Secretary of Statistics in Kerala Planning and Statistics. When you mix different indicators, one on gender and other on infrastructure, the index may not be very robust. And how do you capture, as is mentioned by the JS, how do you capture services? Nowadays, everybody is clear. Development is about services and governance. So that is have to be captured as more qualitative. Then, of course, that is mentioned by the committee itself, the weightage issues, because it says some of the targets when you go through, I went through all the targets in the report. It says sustainable management of forests is a target. Who is responsible? What is sustainable management? How do you capture it in this thing? That itself will require some 20-30 parameters. Child participation is another target. So all these targets themselves are this thing, but they give a lot of ideas to the Panchayat. They will have to really plan in detail for each of this. The challenges, as I mentioned, the local freedom, how much freedom we give to the Panchayat, and we give only a framework, we don't direct. That is very important. Then democratizing data, I mentioned, people need to understand, local people, ordinary people. There the SHG link is of great potential so that you can. And very importantly, from my understanding of planning at any level, particularly the Gram Panchayat level, is more about processes than numbers. So we shouldn't forget processes. And is it very easy to give directions to Gram Panchayat? It's very difficult to build capacity. So the focus will be on capacity rather than giving directions. Then a big challenge now, because it's becoming bigger and bigger. Sharda was mentioning about technology. Technology versus discussions and decisions. I've seen NREGA as part of the NREGA software development when I was in Delhi. I can sit here and say which person is working in which village panchayat of Bihar. Now, if you open this, you can find out. But that panchayat does not know. So how do you localize this technology and make them understand? It's a big thing. Everything will flow above everything else. And that is going to be a big challenge. I'll give you a real life example. I went to a state where VPRP was being prepared. Somebody has designed a beautiful app. So I asked the women, what did you say? We don't know. But the plan is prepared, 1,200 pages. How? The officials of NRLM went to each woman and asked, what do you want? They didn't say for what, this thing. And they all said what they wanted. It's beautifully compiled by electronically. And a big report comes. None of the women remembered what they said. But they were asked so many things. Planning is negotiation. Planning is discussion. Planning is sometimes even conflict. And that is planning at the grassroots level. Higher level, it is database and technology. So that is something which I am stressing again and again. And burden of statistics. That is a common theme. Who will share the burden unless the panchayats, everybody will agree to give data. When I go through, I was chairman of the 6th Finance Commission. I went through the database, supposed to be the best in the country of Kerala. Most of the statistics cannot be used because they don't convey anything. Millions and millions of fields from the IT thing. So that we have to be very clear. And a big thing, the last point, do you nudge panchayats or do you punish or shame non-performers? So that's going to be a big challenge. And Jayashree herself has written in the report, the committee has written, you need proof of concept for each state. This is proof of concept for Maharashtra. But solid proof, which means every state and all these statistical person of Kerala are here, Kerala has to develop its own indicators, duly validated, following the processes. So I saw at the end of the report, quoting from some Berne declaration, in data we trust. So we all trust in data and expect that GPDP will rise to a higher level. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Sir Vijayan sir, for your valuable suggestions and guidelines. Then we have Sri Sunil Jain, Deputy Director General, NIC, National Informatics Center, here for explaining the architect of PDI. Please, sir. I request Sunil Jain to come up on the stage.
मैंने भी दिया ना अपना IC वाला ठीक है So welcome to all of you. As you have heard in the previous sessions that we are now embarking on a very big exercise that will involve huge data and collecting the data which is available in different systems, or capturing the data, processing the data, owning the data, validating the data. So now basically, and then generating some PDI scores using the data. So data is already there, more or less, either on paper or in different systems, and it is lying fragmented, distributed. So you're not able to correlate the data and process the data. And we're not having to get a holistic picture of the entire panchayat or our block. So basically, we now need a digital ecosystem that not only collects the data available in different sources or on paper or different portals, and then to facilitate this, we have to create a application, a portal in which all the stakeholders, panchayats and then blocks, districts, line departments, ministries, everybody can work together. So once this portal is online and ready, everybody can see what's happening and contribute accordingly. So expectation is that we need to show the portal or ecosystem what it is going to do. Our expectation is that we are able to gather the complete and validated data which is required for generating the PDI for all gram panchayats. So now what's happens is that for certain panchayats we may have data, for certain panchayats we don't have data. So in that case, if we have incomplete set of data, the PDI shall not be reliable and it will not be accepted or owned by the panchayats. Similarly, we need to have complete, and complete means, if we are having few data for few indicators and not having the other data for other indicators, then again, the score shall not be owned by the panchayat. It should be a totally useless exercise. And validated means that somebody at a higher level should validate that yes, this data which is being captured from this source or being pulled from this department portal or this ministry portal is actually correct. So all these three attributes are required. And the ownership, the ultimately data, if once captured on the PDI portal, it may be sourced from anywhere, but ultimately it has to be owned by panchayat. Panchayat has to say, yes, this data is correct, complete, and it is relevant for me. Then we are going to generate a PDI score as per the, you must have seen the earlier presentation from Mosby that there are certain, formulas or certain business rules which will enable us to generate the scores. Now, while generating the score, if the state wants that we need to have certain more weightage to a particular indicator, or so appropriately state-specific formula can also be applied to generate the state-specific score. But national level formula will actually be applied for all the panchayats so that you can have a different, common uniform score at the national level. And the score, what's generated, it has to be owned by the panchayat, And nobody should say that after doing this humongous exercise that, data was incorrect. That is why we don't accept this score. And once the score has been generated for a panchayat, for a particular theme, even we can generate the score for a line department, how they are performing in a panchayat over a period of time. So appropriately, we can take the focused action on the areas which are to be taken care by. Ultimately, this score shall facilitate a focused action. So first thing is that we need to create a database. And a database will not only have the data which will be entered by the panchayat, but it will also have the data which will be pulled or will be sought from different ministries and different places where the data is existing. Then we need to have a API kind of gateway, a gateway in which, if some ministry wants to share the data, we should be able to share the data or pull the data from that ministry's portal in an automated manner. Similarly, let us say once the PDI has been generated and now the ministries or the departments or the states want the data back. Now you further want the data for your state, then we should be in a position to share with you the data for your state so that you can do some local analysis at your own end and then use the data more productively. We will try to provide you all kind of analysis. In case we're not able to provide and you want something, we can share data using API. But we would prefer that we should not have any human intervention because such kind of humongous activity has to be done in an automated manner. People should not be involved. Initially, yes, we will require hand-holding, but after a certain period of time, it should be automated. Then obviously, portal has to be there, an application has to be there. we need to have all the stakeholders of different departments and different ministries and different offices who have to log on to the portal. And then once they log on to the portal, they need to do what they're expected to do. Somebody has to key in the data, somebody has to validate data, somebody has to only verify and see and analyze whether the data is correct. So each one of the stakeholder has to log in, has to see the data and actions which are pertaining to them or which are meant to be taken up by them. Then we have to have then the application shall basically allow a data entry mechanism also. If any data is not available in any format, in the other databases of the ministries, or data is not complete, then the Panchayat will have to enter the data. And the data, basically, there are two sets of data. One is data owned by the Panchayat, and one is the data owned by certain other department, but their office is in Panchayat. So again, that data has to be captured using certain mechanisms. And then we will generate the PDI, and we will have some monitoring mechanisms that from where the data has come, where data is not coming, where data is pending, validated, all kind of performance monitoring systems will be there. Analytics will be there. So what happens, analytics means we can even generate certain exception reports. If, based on that, this data is appearing to be very peculiar. So we can generate that kind of data based on our algorithms or logics, and we can again publish it that, look, this data appears to be very, very, incorrect or vague and not following the normal course of business rules which are supposed to be there. So all kind of analytics will be there for the panchayats, for the blocks, and for other stakeholders to have a look at it. And then appropriately, they can validate the data, verify the data. Lastly, we will generate the scores. The score shall be generated for HB Panchayat, for theme, overall score, for department wise, and number of permutation combinations are possible. Once the data has frozen, then only the score generation can start. It is again going to take a slightly more effort. So it should not happen that the score has been generated and then it is published, and then people are coming back that the score is incorrect because my data was incorrect. So the data has to be frozen, and then the score generation shall get initiated. Now, if basically data is available at Panchayat and is not available at anywhere else, then the Panchayat can enter the data. But let us say certain data points are there which are not available in the ministry's application right now. There can be WCD or health department or agriculture department. They are not capturing the data as on date. Then what we do done is that we develop a mobile app. Your facilitator can go to that particular office attached to your Panchayat and can get the data for that particular department, for those indicators, and then capture data directly on the mobile app and come back. So the data shall be pulled after verification by the Panchayat. So we can even have some geotech photograph, geotech document signed by the concerned official of the Panchayat, that office who has signed that, who has provided that particular information or data. We need to make people accountable. Anybody who is sharing the data, then they need to be stand by it. Yes, we actually provided this data. Later on, there should not happen that this data was provided, but we did not know what's going to happen, all those things. So mobile app shall basically facilitate the geo referencing. You capture the data directly at the office, from the office, and take the geotech photograph of the document signed by the concerned official. So basically, ecosystem shall have data visualization, data sources, and then grades and ranking, assessment. Then we have certain frequency. Let us say initially we have 1 year, then later on we can do half yearly. That can be thought of target values, baseline, normalized values. All those things will be part of this PDI framework. So as I have already told you, the data has to be pulled from the applications of the ministries, and then data entry shall be done at the Gram Panchayats. We shall actually, make an attempt that we provide minimum data entry work at the Gram Panchayat level. I know that, creating one more system and asking the Panchayats to enter data is again, slightly inconvenient. So we will try to gather the data to fullest, from different sources. And then if data is not available actually in an authentic manner from anywhere, then we require them to enter the data. In the meantime, we also shall pursue with the ministries that they start capturing the data in their own MISs for a panchayat wise. Basically, certain ministries are capturing the data, but it is not panchayat wise, or their applications are not using LGD code. So initially we asked you to enter data, but parallelly we work with the ministries and pursue with them to make sure that their applications are LGD compliant and they are not only capturing the data, but also making the panchayat visualization panchayat wise also. Data capture happens, but if somebody is not seeing the data, then it's of no use. So each ministry should have some interfaces wherein panchayat wise data can be seen. More people see the data, basically more something gets validated and it becomes authentic and correct over a period of time. And then thirdly, as I told you, that data has to be corrected from the field. Data has to be like, we are implementing APIs based mechanisms to basically collect the data from the ministries, and then it has to be secure, automated and seamless. We are going to finalize the APIs in consultation with the line ministry, and we would wish that the ministry confirm that they have the data. Number one, data is fully LGD compliant up to the panchayat level. If they're having data, but that is up to block level, then it is not of any use to us. We need panchayat level data, and they need to provide the data for all panchayats on a certain cutoff date. Whatsoever date they decide. Right now, we have decided 30th of March is the baseline data. And data has to be, they should be owning the data. They should not later on say that this data which we provided was incorrect and later on we got it corrected. So initially, as a POC kind of thing, we import the data, but in a gradual manner, they will have to own this. So as I told you, the data will continue to be owned by, if data is being provided by the ministry, even the panchayats can't edit that. Okay, panchayat will only view it because the ministry has provided data. In case there is something wrong, then panchayat can basically, or their ministry's office at the panchayat level can get the data updated at the line ministry's portal itself. From there, we can pull it again. But it will not happen that the data provided by ministries are being corrected at the panchayat level. And ministry does not know. Basically, ministry has to know. So again, you go there, you update there, again we pull it so that the data at the ministry portal and data at the PDI portal always remain in sync. So to start with, basically, as I told you that we have an application where so many people log in and do different operations. We are proposing that, there are two kinds of users, primary and secondary. Primary users are actually going to operate and contribute and enter the data or manage the data. And secondary users basically shall be viewing the data. They should be viewing the reports, analyzing the data and taking some correct actions, creating policies and plans and interventions. So the secondary users will not be, manipulating the data or, entering the data. So primary user means the Gram Panchayat shall be the user, and if we use the service of facilitator, he shall also be one of the user who shall be provided with the username and password. We will continue to use the passwords and usernames given for the eGram Swaraj portal. So seamlessly, Panchayat secretary can log on using the credentials of the eGram Swaraj portal. Even the block and district panchayats can also log on using the eGram Swaraj portal's username passwords. So they basically are owners of the data, which is created by them either through data entry in the application form or using the mobile app, right? And then there's going to be a block level authority. Block level authority shall be able to see the data which is submitted by the Gram Panchayats. The data can be seen in a different, methods, like, you can see the data for a particular department, like this is data for WCD, this is data for agriculture. So it will be easy for them to consult the concerned line department office and validate that data. So block panchayat shall be given the access to the data in a human readable and printable format and logical format, so they can get it verified using their partner offices in the block level and then approve it. Then ministries again shall be providing, and then monitors shall be progress monitoring, review, and all those things will be ministry, state users, state departments, and then district users, district departmental users, or anyone else. Whosoever we want, we can onboard and provide a visualization for them. customized visualization for them. And I see state and district level team shall also be involved because, they can also see the data, get the, necessary capacity building done. So Gram Panchayat, once they log in, we have to keep it very simple. Like, if we make it too complicated, it will be very difficult for the, end users to accept it. So we have kept very simple. Panchayat user logs in using the credentials of the eGram Swaraj. They will not require a new credential. They view the data pulled from different ministries. Okay, so they see that this is the data pertaining to women and child development. This is the data pertaining to agriculture. This is the data pertaining to different application wise and department wise data shall be shown to them in a proper formatted and in a intuitive manner. Then they can see, and they will also be provided view that this data was pulled from this portal on this date, and this data is of as on this date. They will be provided with this information. They can view it in case they have any issues. They can talk to the concerned, district level, block level, or panchayat level officials of that department and get it corrected. They will again pull it up. Then they will have to enter the data which is not available online anywhere in digitized format. So again, those data entry forms shall be very, very simple. They will be thoroughly validated, minimum value, maximum value, and all those things. We will try to make sure that you are not able to enter any kind of garbage. This system shall try to enforce the rules as much as possible. Then the panchayat secretary shall be able to view or review the panchayat to data which is contributed by the facilitator. Let us say I have got a facilitator who has gone to, let us say, some department office at the panchayat and has submitted the data for that particular indicator or points which is owned by that office. Then I can see it and I can again validate it, and if the panchayat secretary feels that it is logically correct, they can again verify it and submit it for. Then once the data is seen, reviewed by and entered by the panchayat secretary, and data is complete, then they can submit the data for formal validation to the block or next higher level office, whomsoever you decide. Okay, so there has to be a verifier office, whomsoever you decide. They will have to digitally sign that data. So first of all, the system will check whether all the data is available, yes or no. In case the data points are not available, they have not been able to, they have not been recorded, then the panchayat shall not be able to submit the data. So for the submission of data, first prerequisite is that the data from all sources for that panchayat should be available. A. B, the panchayat should have also entered the data which was expected to be entered by them or their facilitator and reviewed by them. Once the data is digitally submitted, then they will be digitally signing the particular data. Digital signature again shall be taken from the eGram Swaraj. So we know that under eGram Swaraj, we have got the digital signatures of all the Gram Panchayat secretaries. So there shall be that digital signature data shall be pulled from there and they will be signing it digitally. Once it is digitally signed, it becomes a formal document. Then it will not be allowed to be edited by anyone. And then the data is submitted to the next higher level office, wherever you feel like as per the rules. And then the computation will start and calculation will start. Then they will be able to view their scores. Panchayat shall be able to view their scores for a theme, for a department, overall score, block wise. So all kind of, visualization shall be provided again in a very intuitive format. So it should, the attempt has to be that the secretary or the panchayat level functionaries and the populace at general should be able to see in a format which they are able to relate. It should not be very complicated. They are not, statisticians or very, so very simple display shall be there so that they can see and make out what's happening in my panchayat. So facilitator basically, as I told you that, if we deploy the services of facilitator, what has to be done? They will generate a printout from our portal, output kind of thing, in which for every department or for every office, what are the data items that are to be collected shall be printed. So let us say if we are collecting the data from 5 or 6 different offices, okay, one is WCD and then school education, health, and then veterinary and agriculture, 5, 6. So they will have a 5-6 page sheet generated through the portal. And then they go and then they download a mobile app. Once they download the mobile app, they will be given OTP into the registered mobile number, OTP for that particular Gram Panchayat. And then they enter the OTP, they go to the office, they seek the information from that office. Office provides the information in that paper format, office signs it, office stamps it, and then the facilitator will use the mobile app to enter the data, what has been recorded onto the paper, geotagged photograph of that particular paper, and then take the paper, come back, and then submit that signed paper to the Panchayat Secretary. Panchayat Secretary shall maintain that yes, this data, what has been provided for PDI has been provided by the department or by this office or this in this state. So this is basically what the functions of facilitator are. And then block level officials shall be allowed to enter the facilitator, their name and their mobile number, their email address, and then they can assign the facilitator to the panchayat. One facilitator can have 1 panchayat, 2 panchayat, 3 panchayat, multiple panchayats, as per the convenience of the state. The block administrator shall be able to view the or review the data submitted by the Gram Panchayats. Okay, this is the data for that Gram Panchayat. They can review it, they can see whether it is logically correct, complete. So if some, first of all, the system shall try to enforce certain validations, but even if there certain system skips, then the block panchayat shall be able to view it. Block panchayat again can be provided with the visualization theme wise or office wise. Ideally, it has to be office wise. This is the responsible office, and these are the indicators for that particular office, domain wise. And then they can approve it. They cannot edit the data. They can only approve it or reject it. If they feel like the data is incorrect, they can enter their remarks and reject the data. The data again goes back to the panchayat. Panchayat can view the remarks which has been provided by the office or observations or the discrepancies. They can correct the data, again digitally sign it, and then submit it to the block office or the higher office who is designated for validation. And then block panchayat can also monitor the progress, how many panchayats have actually started entering the data, how many panchayats have submitted the data, digital signature, how many panchayats have not yet done this, all kind of reports, individual specific person wise, that this is the panchayat, this is the panchayat secretary, this is his mobile number, and this is the status of the work which is actually happening at the panchayat. And then they can monitor the progress, and then PDI scores also they can generate for panchayats generated by the system. They can visualize this panchayat wise and then domain wise, even at the block level also. So theme wise, domain wise, department wise, panchayat wise, all kind of indicators shall be provided based on the data which has been captured or which has been provided by the ministries. So far as district administration is concerned, they are not basically, we don't perceive that they are going to be engaged into this data. They can actually review the data, they can visualize the data, but they are not going to do any other thing. They can actually generate the reports and monitor the progress. This is what is being proposed. If you have certain more ideas, we are open. This is initial first phase, what we are thinking, what we are doing till 30th of July. So in case some more ideas come and you feel that something else has to be provided or some has to be, changed, we are open for that. So district commission can view the data, panchayat, for a department, for a theme, for a source portal, all those things. So we will make an endeavor that we publish the data in different formats, logically different groupings, so that more and more people see the data which is relevant for them. And then, more the data is seen by the people, more it is going to get validated. And, if some major discrepancy is there, it shall be reported by someone. So this is how, the PDI portal shall look like, to home page. And then here we have participating ministries. For each ministry, what are the data points, the theme wise data point, and then trainings, workshop, PDI committee report, analysis, progress reports, all those things. So we have more or less all the things shall be published in the public domain. Nobody should be able to require any kind of login or password. They simply, come and see and, visualize what they want to do. And idea was that, we are sharing it with you, that if you have some other ideas or some other feedback, you can share it with us. And we are at the time where we are conceptualizing, thinking, we're evolving these things. Obviously, you people are doing some work already. If you have ideas, we can accommodate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil Jain. Now, I would request to Srimati Smita Diya to talk about the local indicator framework and role of stakeholders, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. Use of data to make informed decisions is gaining widespread support as a means of boosting the effectiveness of government operations and the quality of services provided to the public. A decentralized, evidence-based policy making in the government of India relies on the availability of high quality, fast, and granular administrative data. There is a broad range in data quality available across the management information systems and dashboards produced by various ministries and departments of the government for improved implementation and monitoring. At this point, there is, of course, a need to bring in data to a single platform through a mass coordinated effort and thereby bringing about change at the most granular level of the society. And that is what PDI aims to do. With this thought, I would like to start my presentation. I'll be talking about local indicator framework and the role of stakeholders. A little background on how the local indicator framework came to be. The UN General Assembly approved the Global Indicator Framework in July 2017. There were about 232 indicators which were divided across 17 goals, and they had correlated to corresponding targets. Based on the GIF, India has developed the National Indicator Framework, which consists of 306 indicators. SDG India Index, which is the state level ranking based on state performance. Then came into being the local indicator framework, which was the localization of SDGs. All indicators in NIF are not applicable and or available at the GP level. Based on NIF, MOPR developed the local indicator framework, which contained about 577 indicators across 9 themes. Then came, of course, the Panchayat Development Index, which was a GP level ranking based on GP performance. PDI is grouped according to our 9 themes. 9 themes are then further divided, contain about 577 indicators, and these 577 indicators further have subgroups. If we take, for instance, poverty-free and enhanced livelihoods, that has about 37 indicators and about 6 subgroups, which are income generation, housing, health, social protection, drinking water, and food security. When we talk about self-sufficient infrastructure, there are about 161 indicators, which are then further divided into 9 subgroups of institutional infrastructure health, infrastructure animal husbandry, infrastructure education community services, basic facilities, and so on and so forth. This forms the basis of how PDI is calculated. PDI, a multi-dimensional statistic tool, has been created to assess the progress of GPs based on their performance and rank them. There is a slight difference between LIF and what PDI does. LIF is a unidimensional concept. PDI is a multi-dimensional concept. LIF is based on 9 thematic performance indicators, whereas PDI provides an overall performance. LIF provides theme-specific progress of GPs towards achieving the SDGs, whereas PDI ranks GPs based on their progress in achieving these particular targets. PDI aims to capture the development and movement in development at the most granular grassroots level. It aims to ensure that there is rapid transformation of panchayats by focused intervention in key areas. It aims to generate positive competition among the panchayats. It also aims to strengthen PRIs by participatory approach in the planning process. PDI aims to strengthen the capacity of BDC chairperson or the Sarpanch and sensitize them about their key areas of development, which is health, education, agriculture, skill, etc. To adopt these multi-sectoral approach through convergence, integration, and a very focused attention to detail. PDI, of course, is divided on 9 themes. But we already have these existing 225 indicators which are available to us. These indicators are available on the existing data that is collected, such as Mission Antodaya has about 136 indicators which are available across 9 themes. As you can see, when we look at Mission Antodaya, there is for the poverty-free and enhanced livelihood, there are 23 indicators which are currently available for us. When we move to, which totals up to a 136. When we go to E-Gram Swaraj, there's a total of 500 indicators that are already available. Poshan Tracker has about 2, JJM and SBM combined has about 15, and Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sanchay Yojana has about 1. And UDIS has 16 indicators which are available to us. A little about the PDI life cycle development. LIF was first created in July 2023 through a modified NIF as per the rural relevance of rural India. We further then moved on to a data mapping. There were available data points that were mapped according to different sources of the ministry. From data mapping, we moved on to index design. Index design basically was a review of methodology which was adapted for different indexes. We finalized PDI based on the review and methodology of PDI, and then the development of PDI happened, which further led to the validation of the PDI index, which was through a POC, which was a field data collection done in Maharashtra. In June 2023, which is last month, the release of PDI committee report and national workshop was held. We are now standing here in KILA, which is the first state consultation workshop. And from here, we move on to a lot of data sharing that will happen through API by 6 ministries, to start with 6-line ministries. As Sir talked about previously, there will of course be a PDI portal by NIC, and we will go on to form the basis. PDI will form the basis of National Panchayat Awards by next year. So a lot is stored for PDI in the coming year. A little about the stakeholders that form the core of PDI. Ministry of Panchayati Raj is one of the key stakeholders, where we aim to standardize the assessment of all Gram Panchayat with respect to PDI under the 9 themes. We are actively monitoring and evaluating the implementation of PDI. Of course, other line ministries, including Niti Aayog, will be one of the major stakeholders. They will help us in capturing development at the state, district, and block levels. They will also focus on reforms and key intervention areas. They will also help us in localizing SDGs with the PRIs through achieving the 9 thematic goals of the panchayats. Panchayati Raj institutions or PRI will form the bedrock of PDI. They will be setting targets, identifying priorities, time frame, monitoring, and reviewing progress, and ensuring that we have captured the right data. They will also be monitoring of parameters and will be open and participative in this project. And they will further help us in deepening the PDI implementation to every hamlet and household level. We will, of course, have other stakeholders, such as the multilateral agencies, community-based organization, and civil society organization, who will help us in also capacity building and handholding support at the grassroots level on the implementation of index and across key development areas. The central initiative in PDI will consist of 4 main points. The first one will be the estimation of the index score at different administrative level, which will be based on the GP value. The second step would be development of a multi-dimensional index. These 9 dimensions are considered in the index to assess the overall progress of a GP towards SDG saturation. The third step, which is also a very important step, is the coordination with different stakeholders. Coordination with different line ministries will be done to develop an inter-ministerial data sharing strategy through API. Coordination with Gram Panchayats for data validation and capacity building of the GPs will be done to make Gram Panchayat development plan based on their requirement. And last but not the least is the collection of primary data. In cases when non-availability of data at the GP level in the process of developing of PDI, we will overcome this challenge. We are planning to collect primary data at GP level, which is currently not being recorded in any portal. The state role in PDI will also be very essential. The existing system at the state is that there is a robust estimation of progress at the state level. The GP level score is extrapolated to estimate the state score. Hence, it is more exact estimation of state progress, considering the rudimentary level of administration. A suggestive improvement that we will do is that state can use the estimation to strengthen monitoring. State can compare their status in terms of SDG saturation and others with other states. States can also identify the district, blocks, GP, which needs special support. The existing system in the state in terms of development of data repository is that the ministry is working on creating a single portal as a data repository for GP level data. All primary and secondary data can be recorded and synchronized in the portal. What the improvement suggestion is that state can replicate the initiative at their level. Data repository can be developed at the state level also for recording GP level data to strengthen and monitor. State can capture the non-available data and develop a data sharing strategy in coordination with the central ministry. The existing system regarding equal weightage for each dimension is that the ministry considers equal weightage at all the themes to give equal importance to all aspects of development. States can also design their own development index based on the score estimated by the ministry and can further identify what their priority areas are. State can devise their own index considering different weightage based on their priority and need in the future. Capacity building at the existing system, the ministry is working on capacity building at state level in data validation and data management. What the improvement is that state can create a statistical unit at state level to enhance their state capacity in data management and strengthen data validation mechanism. And the last slide where I'm talking about the proposed framework for PDI calculation is what the step 1 in PDI calculation will be. Indicators selection from LIF based will be done on the following criteria. Any availability of recent data should be available for at least 50% of the states. Data points should not be region specific, such as like a cyclone center. Data points should be considered in national level SDG indicators and relevance to the localized concept, and data points must not be endogenous. Step 2 in the PDI calculation would be dimensionality reduction technique, which is correlation coefficient will be estimated. Highly correlated indicators with correlation coefficient of 0.95 or above will be removed since some indicators can be related together. Step 3 will be selected indicators value will be normalized using maximum and minimum observed value of the indicators. Step 4, where we will put in the 9 thematic score for each GP will be estimated as a simple arithmetic mean of the indicators value that belong to each of these themes. Step 5 will be that the composite indicator of PDI will be estimated as the geometric mean of the 9 thematic scores for each GP. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Smita. Next, we have the presentation of Dr. Bharat Raut, Consultant, Ministry of Panchayat Raj on state initiatives and challenges of PDI. Sir, please.
Respected Vijayanand sir, respected Vikasanand sir, our director sir, Under Secretary sir, all district officials of the state of Kerala. It's really privileged and opportunity to be part of this enlightening workshop on Panchayat Development Index. I will be talking on state initiatives on the development of local indicator framework for actualization of sustainable development goals at local levels. So this is basically experiences of some of the states who have been who have tried to develop indicators at the district, the block and Gram Panchayat level. So we'll be talking about them. The committee interacted with 19 participant states in their efforts to develop local indicator framework. These 9 states are here written: Arunachal Pradesh, Gujarat, Jammu and Kashmir, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Odisha, Punjab, Rajasthan. Sorry about that. So the committee interacted with 19 participant states, and the 5 states came up with, they supplied the inputs and material to the Ministry of Panchayat Raj. On the basis of the 5 states, Jammu and Kashmir, Karnataka, Tripura, and Uttar Pradesh and West Bengal, the case studies of these 5 states have been highlighted here. State initiatives of West Bengal for the development of local indicator framework shows that the provision of Para Baitak for data validation and participatory planning for Gram Panchayat development plan was introduced. One of the important initiatives that was introduced by West Bengal state was the digitalization of primary data system through People's Plan campaign. Then there was provision for real data of stages on participatory planning, which was captured through mobile application. Then the Para Baitak had a provision for data validation and also inclusive participatory planning process in the process of the development of Gram Panchayat development plan. Bangla Para Baitak was also used for preparation of Baitak calendar, theme-wise data capturing, 9 LSGD themes mapped with corresponding standing committees and subcommittees of the Panchayat level. Another important initiative was taken up the shifting from the sector-based indicators to the theme-based indicators, which have also been mapped with the existing sector and Sthayi Samitis. Broad steps which were involved in the participatory planning process for the Para Baitak was preparation of Baitak calendar, as I told you in the previous slide, invitation of citizens to attend Hamlet meeting, capture theme-wise Gram Panchayat level indicators. Verification of data at Gram Panchayat level was another initiative of the Para Baitak. monitoring of theme-wise issues, analysis of theme-wise report, proposed activity entry at the Gram Panchayat level, report of the theme-based local indicator and draft plan was also prepared, which became part of the Parabaitak of the West Bengal. So what was the outcome of the Parabaitak? Was actually, besides the past, since the Parabaitak is itself a participatory planning process, the outcome was identification of local development index and setting the target for group GPDP in tune with local sustainable development goals. Another outcome of Parabaitak was development of Gram Panchayat wise Human Development Index reports. So this is again a decentralized development index developed through the initiative of Parabaitak in West Bengal. The third is the preparation of more need-based Gram Panchayat development plan in compliance with sustainable localization of sustainable development goals, with focus on human and social development, not more about infrastructure and economic returns, but more about human and social aspect of development. Another important outcome was strengthening of the good governance system of the PRIs, strengthening our process of transparency and accountability become an important part of the Parabaitak. And then the analysis of baseline situation for the preparation of GPDP. Second case study from the state of Karnataka was also highlighted in the PDI report, if you see it. Karnataka computed localized sustainable development index at Gram Panchayat level in the tune of the activities of the state. It took a pilot of 31 Gram Panchayats one from each district of Karnataka. So LSGD were incorporated into state's online portal called Panchtantra for monitoring the progress of preparation of plans, and the same has also been developed and incorporated in Panchtantra 2, that is Panchtantra version 2. So in Tripura, for example, a pilot of 5 Gram Panchayats from different blocks were taken for gap analysis. In Tripura also Gram Panchayat level micro team for data collection was developed. Small teams were built up at Gram Panchayat level who were supplying requisite data and information from the Gram Panchayat level. So after analysis of 52 additional indicators suggested for total LIFs to be taken into account is 415. And the state is putting in place local action plans involving the local communities with training for local government officials and staffs. So we also highlighted in the previous speakers were also highlighting about the need of training and capacity building. So many states have come out with the need for the training and capacity building for data collections. As far as the experiences of Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, as for development of LIF, we see that the framework of 206 indicators covering 81 targets were prepared by the state of Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, which included 23 specific indicators related to Union Territory. District indicator framework was the J&K was one of the first Union Territory to develop district indicator framework covering 15 goals, 62 targets, and 166 indicators, which was apprised and in consultation with Niti Aayog and MOSP, the indicator was developed. Panchayat level indicator framework is being also developed by J&K. They conducted 2 workshops on SDG. Draft document on SDG Progress Report 22 has also been shared with all stakeholders by the Union Territory of J&K. And preparation of Panchayat indicator framework is in the progress for Jammu and Kashmir. Finally, Uttar Pradesh, the major focus of the state was on child-friendly and women-friendly panchayats. So these are the 2 important thematic focus the state gave. It gave more importance to the PI department, gave more importance about 100% participation of women, elected representatives, at least 50% beneficiaries under Poshan Abhiyan in Mahila Sabha and Bal Sabhas. So it also made mandatory participation of Anganwadi worker, representatives from education and other concerned line departments. In the state of Uttar Pradesh, we also saw a discussion on Mahila and Bal Sabha related Panchayat Sankalp in the Gram Sabha meetings. Also 100% participation of self-help groups and invite Panchayat Samiti members as special invitees have also been directed. So these are some of the major initiatives, state level initiatives undertaken for LSGD and development of LIF. Another part of my presentation was also to highlight what are the challenges for PDI in the program schedule. So I will be highlighting on this also. One important paradigm shift is actually the way that we think about PDI. Actually, the development thinking is coming down to grassroots level. We think we are taking up Gram Panchayat as the unity of development, and the data and the other requirements are coming boiling down to the Gram Panchayat level. So there is a shift of the paradigm of thinking. The another important aspect is the data and indicators, as the previous speakers were highlighting. So we are dealing with manifold sources of data, not at the ministry department level alone, but we are also going down to the village and Gram Panchayats level, trying to consolidate the data and information. So there need to be accuracy and standardization on the process. The part of analysis and the protocol and illustrations are also important part, which also requires standardization and in terms of what has to be analyzed and how it has to be analyzed. Interpretation also requires protocols and standardization. So there are challenges, but at the same time, the PDI gives us ample opportunities to think beyond conventional development, thinking about not just about economic growth, but we are thinking about more qualitative and human aspect of development. So that is where the true contributions of Panchayat Development Index comes in. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Bharat Rawat. Aditha presentation, Kerala Economics and Statistics Director, Sri Kumar B. Invite Sri Kumar sir to talk about how Kerala collected Antyodaya mission data. Sir, please.
Respected Vijayan sir, Joint Secretary from MOPR, and other senior officials from Government of India, and officials from Planning Department, Statistics Department, other departments. Today's my topic of my presentation is how Kerala collected mission Antyodaya data. We all know that mission Antyodaya survey was started in 2017-18, and so far we have 4 editions of the survey. So in the just concluded mission Antyodaya survey, we have the institutional framework at the state level. There is a state level coordination committee headed by the Principal Secretary LSGD, and there is a representative from Additional Chief Secretary Planning and Economic Affairs Department, Principal Director LSGD, Chief DPD Planning Board, Commissioner for Rural Development, Director Department of Economics and Statistics as the convener and state nodal officer for the survey, Director of Panchayat, Mission Director MGNREGS, Executive Director, Shweta Mission, Executive Director, Kudumbashree, Director General KILA. Then at the district level, there is a district monitoring committee chaired by the district Panchayat president. The Deputy Director, Economics and Statistics, the convener and district nodal officer, and members are district collector, district planning officer, project director, PAU, district Panchayat, Deputy Director Panchayat, district women and child development officer, district mission coordinator, Kudumbashree, joint program coordinator, MGNREGS. As the district nodal officer, Deputy Director, Economics and Statistics Department, responsibility include district level activities for timely completion of survey, conduct of training to data collectors, that is cluster resource persons and the supervisors, create the username and password for CRPs and supervisor, facilitate data collection mechanism, monitor and report district level progress to DES. At the block level, block development officer is the block nodal officer. His responsibilities include assess the progress of data collection activities, report progress to district nodal officer, verify and approve the information collected by Gram Panchayat level investigator, that is CRP, verify and approve the data uploaded by CRP. Statistical investigators or the assistants, because we do not have enough statistical investigators, so we deployed our statistical assistant working at the district level for conducting the survey. So statistical investigator and assistants are the cluster resource persons. So they are deployed at each Gram Panchayat of the state. CRP's responsibilities include collection, comparison and data entry of data, geotagging of the specified institutions, get the approval to the field in survey schedules from Gram Sabha, councils, secretary of the Gram Panchayat, upload the data and PDF copy of the certified filled in survey schedules into the MF Mission Antyodaya portal, uploading of PDF of Gram Sabha governing body meeting where declaration about survey is read and approved to the MA portal. Roles of statistical officers from bottom to top are the following. Statistical investigators or assistants are designated as cluster resource persons. Extension officer planning and monitoring at the block panchayat offices is designated as block level admin, who will examine and approve the data of each and every Gram Panchayat under his block, uploaded by the CRPs. Deputy Director will have the full responsibility of successful completion of the annual survey in the district as district nodal officer. Director DES is the state admin and he is the state nodal officer also. He will also supervise all the activities coming under the Mission Antyodaya survey. So it is happy to note that Kerala's position is first in completing the survey, in all the surveys, not merely completing, but completing with the quality data. There are some few challenges. There are areas where there are part villages occurs. Collecting and allocating data for these parts are very difficult. As the average part village scores is taken for ranking, it adversely affects the Panchayat ranking. Instead of calculating the average scores of the villages, part villages of a Gram Panchayat, considering the Gram Panchayat itself as the data collection unit, it will be more realistic. We have given an example. In Alapi district, we have a Gram Panchayat Pandanat. That Pandanat consists, Panchayat consists of one full village and two part village, namely this Ennakad and Thiruvamandur. The total population in the Gram Panchayat Pandanat is 11,489, out of which 93.37% is from Pandanat village, 0.44% from Thiruvamandur village, and 0.19% from Ennakad village. The scores obtained for the villages in a MS survey are respectively 68, 43, and 37. Thus, the average score obtained for the Gram Panchayat is 49. But actually, that GP should have scored 68 as per the amenities existing in the Gram Panchayat. So, we are advocating that the basic level, the lower level unit should be Panchayats. So, this is a continuation of that. Part villages is not mapped properly in some Panchayats. In some district, there are 7 to 9 villages in a Panchayat. In example, Mangalpadi, Pudige in Panchayats in Kasaragod. There are 949 and 941 Panchayats in our state, but in MA portal, it is shown that 943. This duplication is occurred in Malappuram and Palakkad districts. We have already written to Principal Director LSGD to correct the portal. These are the things we have done in the mission Antyodaya survey just concluded. So I just quickly gone through the activities and the institutional mechanism that we have in the mission Antyodaya survey. Thank you.
വളരെ നന്ദി ശ്രീകുമാർ സർ. Now we have the presentation of Srimati Josephine, Chief Decentralization State Planning Board, on the convergence of different departments for PDI. Madam, please.
Good afternoon to all. Respected dignitaries from Ministry of Panchayati Raj and Ministry and LSGD department, and Dear friends, as you all know, Kerala has moved a bit ahead in sustainable development goals. As per the Niti Aayog survey, Kerala is the front runner in achieving many of the SDG goals. And as we are the front runners, we also went for framing the local indicator framework a bit ahead of other states also. But the problem we are facing now is we have got 9 themes, and I think we are almost in a saturated state. And when ministry tells us to do something like one size fit for all, Kerala is finding it very difficult in framing projects. Sometimes we are framing projects for the sake of framing projects. In these 9 themes, this as an introduction, I have to say this here. And in decentralized planning process also, we have a well-established system of decentralized planning process. As we have now celebrated 25 years of decentralized planning. There also we are the front runner. And Kerala is addressing the second generation issues with the help of local governments now. We does not claim that in all the development indices we are ahead, but our issues are different. There are specific issues like educated unemployment in Kerala, aging is a big issue. So when the ministry asks us to go with the themes, we may find some difficulties in implementing the schemes. That I have to say this openly here. That's why I started with this introduction. It is good that all the 17 SDG goals are brought under 9 broader themes, and those states which are running behind can come up. That is one advantage of this entire process in the country. And in 2022 only, we went for a paradigm shift of thematic areas and planning in those thematic lines. And earlier, till 21, we used to follow a different approach, and now we have come to the thematic areas. And as already mentioned here, we have 9 themes and 594 activities. I'm specifying it activities only, not the indicators. And broadly, there are 144 local targets as per the PDI report given here, for made available for us. 577 local indicators and 688 data points and 9 themes of LSDDs. Why I am saying this, putting this slide here is that because in all these targets, indicators and data points, we need a good convergence. The local governments as such, from our own experience in decentralized planning, is not a provider of data for everything, or they don't generate data in all these thematic areas. Here, the departments who are the custodian of the data has to support the local governments. And as you all know, in Kerala, we have transferred the institutions. So departments are working along with the local governments. All the transferred institutions like health, education, livelihood sector, agriculture, animal husbandry, everything is placed in the local government. And there we can bring a convergence, because all the working groups of the local, 13 working groups of the local governments of planning process, the conveners are the concerned department official. So technically and scientifically, there is a base for Kerala to bring all these data, pool all these data, to set indicators, to set target values. There is no difficulty as such in Kerala. There are systems built in that. And the next point is about the ratings. And I have put this slide purposefully here because state is the front runner in SDG now. And we should keep this in mind, not because of a competition, sake of competition. We have placed our state in a front level or in a better position. And when you go for setting indicators, those indicators should rank the state furthermore higher. Otherwise, if we don't work this out scientifically or indicators are not set in that manner, the state will suffer. So these are the officials who are sitting here should be aware of that. When you set the indicators, when you decide the target values, we should be able to, we should have a caution about that. We are doing a serious exercise. So that's why we place this point here. And here at the unit level, for each theme, for the 9 themes, for each theme, there will be PDI score for the Grama Panchayat level. And that is going to be aggregated to block level, district level, and state level. So this is the way it is coming up from the bottom. That is the bottom up approach we are following. And there also we should have a caution. All the line departments should cooperate in all respects to make Kerala achieve these goals and also the PDI score. And here the approach for PDI is that we have 3 types of indicators. Identify common indicators, then mandatory indicators and specific indicators. And common indicators are common for all the, like poverty elevation, poverty free, then addressing malnutrition and anemia, all those things are common elements. Identify indicators applicable specifically based on situation of the Grama Panchayat. That is more important in Kerala. And if we are not working it out clearly and scientifically, we will go wrong. So identifying the specific indicators for Kerala is more, for that local government is more important when you do this exercise. And the critical development gaps. The critical development gaps that will be different Grama Panchayat. All the Grama Panchayats are not on the same platform. They are at different levels because we have introduced some prices and incentives and all for panchayats. The best panchayats are selected on different criteria. And we know that, we know how the panchayats are performing. All the panchayats are not performing well in all these themes. So we should have a caution that we are working for addressing the development gaps. The coastal region may have a different issue to settle, especially of water scarcity. Hilly region may also have a different set of issue, livelihood issue. So many issues, region specific issues will have to be addressed in this. There is a scope for the Grama Panchayats to address those specific issues. Nobody is going to force them to take any indicators. They have to set their own indicators. That freedom is there. So we should be very careful in that. Then coming to collection of data for preparing baseline. Definitely, Sri Umar sir was presenting about the Mission Antodaya survey. We don't go behind that Mission Antodaya survey. Just the computation process was mentioned here. Mission Antodaya was for a specific purpose. And based on some infrastructure data, we made those. But this is different, entirely development indicators of the people. The human development is more focused here. Health, education, all those things are coming here. So different approach is needed also. And the methodology and data. Now, there are immense scope for data and immense data with the departments. The line departments have a lot of data with them. And it is not shared with the local governments now. But now it has to be shared. When you compute this Panchayat Development Index, we need all the data of different departments. They all should come together. Even in designing the targets, all the departments have to come together. Health department has to fix their targets for the local governments even, because it is a scientific process. So I'm not going to that details. Then assigning weightages. That is also a privilege of local governments to assign weights to the indicators according to the local preferences. Then formulation of theme-wise Grama Panchayat score. Then computation of PDI. See, this is the departmental convergence. We know there are 17 goals and 17, based on that we have targets of goals. And now based on those targets, we are come again with identification of indicators. In all these processes, as I have earlier mentioned, the local government should be supported by the departments. Then identification of target values, also departments should assist the local governments. Data collection and data sharing. Then orienting the Grama Panchayats. It is not the role of KILA alone to orient them. The departments have to orient them what has to be taken, what indicators have to be selected, what is the position of the local governments with respect to the indicators. This is very important, and otherwise the local government staff cannot frame all these indicators. There should be a scientific intervention by the concerned local government, concerned departments in this process, and also capacity building. Capacity building should take place in the departments as well as in the local governments. So all the levels have to be selected, or all at all levels there is need for capacity building in case of PDA. These are all things I have mentioned earlier. See, each department will identify this. We have worked for a local indicator frame. We have already worked on this. The departments have come up with the local governments to work out for the local indicator framework. So the programs, institutions involved, data sources, everything has to be passed on to the local governments. Then analysis and interpretation. The local governments are not in that much safe, in a safe position to interpret and analyze it, because we know the staff structure of local governments. The secretary, assistant secretary, and the plan clerks normally does this work. They cannot go for analysis and interpretation. These all things will be interpreted and analyzed by the concerned sectoral officers there in the panchayats and outside the panchayats. See, this I have already mentioned. See, data collection, there is immense. Ministry of Panchayat Raj has already suggested some data sources which we can adopt in this. These things I have mentioned here. Then family health survey, Mission Antyodaya survey, then national. These are some of the examples of the data sources. See, as Srikumar sir has mentioned, here also we should have a convergence plan, which all departments, as in the case of Mission Antyodaya survey, we should have a framework at the state, how it should, what will be the constitution of the monitoring agency at the state level, what should be the constitution of the district level agency or the district planning machinery and the district administration, and even it should come to the Grama Panchayats. The block panchayat should have a committee, and Grama Panchayat should also have a committee to monitor as well as to implement these PDI scheme and also the LAF. Some issues we have come across with this PDI computing and all, especially with the thematic areas. I have already mentioned, because we are already in some thematic areas, we are already in a saturated position, especially in poverty alleviation, because we have Kudumbasri here. We have made a big move towards poverty alleviation, and our now poverty ratio is only 0.7%. And now we have gone for extreme poverty alleviation program. That is, we have identified 64,006 people as extremely poor in the state, and we are framing micro plans. You can definitely, when you set the indicators and when you frame the thematic area projects also, you can keep in mind we are addressing the extreme poverty. We are going to eradicate extreme poverty from the state. So such things have to be, such things are done, that have to be done in the state, but whether there is scope for that in this thematic area approach in the software, that's a big issue. Then other thing is that the beneficiary committee will do some works. Beneficiary committee, the community oriented plan implementation is also happening, project implementation. So there is limited scope in this for that, because the options, when you drop down things, we cannot pick up those areas or those activities from this. See, the another difficulty is that mandatory provision that each Grama Panchayat has to take up at least 50% of the activities under Sankalp theme have forced the Grama Panchayats to take up activities that are already saturated. So these things, my point is that please give some flexibility for the local governments, for the states to take need-specific projects, and also there should be some flexibility in the software also. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next is a short presentation of Sukanya KU, our coordinator, KILA Center for Localizing SDG on the Kerala experience. Sukanya, please.
Good afternoon, all of you. Today morning onwards, you had a sessions like anything. Okay, this is the last presentation for us. And here I would like to present what is Kerala did for the localization of SDG and how we were, like, where is our position. So in these circumstances, basically, we have a 17 SDG goals and we are following the 9 thematic approach. On the basis of that, the concept of dashboard and the local indicator framework that we developed. And we were completed the pilot study basically for the 2 local governments. That is one from our Trivandrum district and another from in Thrissur district. Apart from that, what we did? We had developed a dashboard. Basically, the local indicator framework we were used over there. The strategy behind that. The SDG process, the thematic approaches we were focusing here. In our 73rd, 74th Amendment Act, we have the situation like working group members are there and Gram Sabha is already working with here very well. And we are preparing the plan, that is developmental plan is already there. And apart from all these things, we have the convergence strategy. The implementing officers are associated with the local bodies. That system is currently working very well in Kerala. So the monitoring strategy we were developed already here. That is the activities with correct timeline. And the second one is financial aspects. And the third one is based on the targets, we were focusing or prioritizing the activities. And finally, we were lead to achieving the localization of sustainable development goals. Basically, thematic approach. At a monitoring strategy, what we did here. For the localization of sustainable development goals, we had prepared a target-based program so that the target is correctly, specifically, we were measured as part of the time schedule. So in a 1 year, what are the activities should need to do in the Gram Panchayat level? In the second year, what the Gram Panchayat should need to do? Like that, within a time frame, the 5-year plan, what the Gram Panchayat can perform and they can do, and their planning and implementing and monitoring strategy, everything we were included into the dashboard system. Then how to monitor the SDGs? Basically focused on the target wise. we have set the goals and targets for the villages, especially for the Gram Panchayat level. And the second thing is ensure that the target also have the timeline. And the third thing is, if these are to be achieved in stages, identify milestone for each stages. This is the basic thing what we did here. Then, why these indicators? Already we had a confusion like all the data, how we can collect from the local level. In the department level, already it is available. The national level, it is available. But the local level data, it is there or not? That is a big question we faced in 2020. But on that time, the Gram Panchayat came with all this data and they were presented in a national conference. So that is helpful to our like backbone or indicator set is very useful for us. In that set, what we did here means the localization of sustainable development goals, use of this indicator set, we have identified these are the Gram Panchayat is doing very well, basically focusing on the sustainable development goal wise, theme wise. Yes, in the local indicator framework, we were focused some of the strategy. What does that means? In national indicator framework, we have selected some of the indicators, not all. Why? Because some of the indicators are not available at the local level and some of the indicators are not applicable to the local level. So that way, what we choose means we selected appropriate to the local situations. What are the targets? What are the indicators? How it can be implemented to the Gram Panchayat level. So according to that, we will formalize the indicator set. Then one more thing also we were defined over there. The data set, maybe we can collect it from the local level, but the implementing officers also, in our case, already they are part of that. So the data collection process is also, we were completed very well. In Kerala, out of 941 Gram Panchayat, we were completed 378 Gram Panchayat as part of our localization of SDG local indicator framework. They were entered into the dashboard also, the scores and values. And in the dashboard, what we focus over here means the dashboard is basically focused on to the Gram Panchayat level with time frame. In 2025, what are their basic target? By 2030, what is their target? Accordingly, the Gram Panchayat is prepare their action plan and activities also. These activities could be mentioned into the dashboard. So this is the framework of the dashboard, what we did here in Kerala, basically for the SDG localization. So in thematic wise, data can be computed into the local level and Gram Panchayat level also we can calculate it. And we can have the comparison of the data from each Gram Panchayat level. According to their performance analysis also, we can see here. And last year data, basically we were focusing on 2021 to 22. In 378 Gram Panchayat, they were completed their data collection process and entered into the portal also. The remaining Gram Panchayat, they were doing their process, maybe within a month or 2 months, we will complete the remaining Gram Panchayat also. So the dashboard is very helpful to us to prioritize what are their focus activities in each Gram Panchayat level. What are their target? In which year they will achieve the particular target. And according to their annual plan, what are their activities is currently doing in the Gram Panchayat level. And basically, it will help to identify what is the target gap. Because the saturation level is 100% we want to achieve at the local level. So what we have to do? The Gram Panchayat itself can identify their score and they can think about that, okay, we are in this position. We want to achieve 100% target level. So saturation level. So what are the gap over here? According to that, the Gram Panchayat can act very well and they can prepare the action plan. According to that, they will act on the dashboard level. So this will help to monitor, plan and implement. This is the basic things we were developed here. So this is a visualization of the dashboard over here, and goals and targets and indicators, everything is mentioned over here. And we can also have the option also, like how to add indicator set and how to add local indicator level. Why? Because in each Gram Panchayat is working, their activities are different. So some of the Gram Panchayat it will take means their activities are different based on the thematic wise. So according to measurement of the each activity, what is the things we need to identify there? So for that, we were developed special indicator set also. So that is basically for the Gram Panchayat level. For their activity, we need to measure over there. For that, they have to prepare the indicator set. That is special one. And goal wise also, the 17 goals are there. According to that, the thematic wise approach also we can calculate it there. And the disaggregated values also we can find out from there. And validation process also we can do in that one. Then how the Gram Panchayatis did this one? This is the big question here. So in most of the sectorial offices or institutions or offices are transferred to the Gram Panchayat. Basically, this is the important thing. And the second one is they are the implementing officers of the Panchayat. They are the conveners of the working groups. They prepare the status report and they collect and collate the data. Thus, the required data for SDG dashboard were provided by them based on the meetings of the officers convened by the Panchayat committee. Then experiences of the mission and the data compilation also we were used over here. Another case, those which are not available, with the sectors are available in the Panchayat, which the secretary provides. Working groups and standing committees validate the data. Targets are finalized by the standing committee and Panchayat committee. Then targets are finalized by the standing committee. Dashboard is populated with this data by the technical assistants and plant clerk. Supported by block level thematic experts and other RPs, those are assigned in the block. Training have been conducted at the various level, not only in the Gram Panchayat level, district level, and the higher officials also, we were given the training for that. And 375 GPs, currently they were completed their data process and others are working on it. And the final thing is integration with PDI. Most of the PDI indicators are associated with our localization of sustainable development goals indicators, that LIF indicators. Already the compilation of the data which will helpful to this one. In Kerala, this local indicator framework is similar to some of the PDI indicators. Not everyone, but mostly 200 and something indicators are associated. And the mission Andogya data also we were compiled over there. So from our cases, in all the data at the basic level we had. So for this process, if we were implementing to the Kerala level, we can do very well and wonders over here. Why? Because the Gram Panchayat already know the things, how the data, what is the way, how the data can be collected at the local level. And those who are the data, from where they can get the data and who will provide the support. Everything the Gram Panchayat peoples, they know very well. So this will help them to what are the things like in PDI, once an app will come or something like that. In Kerala, we can do the wonders over here. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sukanya. Our presentations are over. Now I would like to request Director General Dr. Joy Elaman, KILA, to explain detail about the further activities of this workshop after our lunch break. Sir, please.
Lunch മുടക്കാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നില്ല. ഇപ്പൊ തന്നെ തീർത്തേക്കാം. This is actually about what we do after lunch. We break for lunch now itself. If you can look at your program sheet, we plan to have around 5 major areas on which we have the discussions. One is group one is strategies and roadmap on sharing of data from departments portal, MAS dashboard, data formats and other things. So here we will have state level officers from all the departments. And so that group can actually sit on this side. State level officers from all the departments means other than the economics and statistics, planning and LSTD. All others can join in this side. And Sri Balraj, the Joint Director, and Binuraj from KILA will also be there in that team. So you can actually sit on this side. Who all are the officers from various other departments? Can you just raise your hands? Yes, good. So all of them. PIMD won't come there. PIMD would be different. Okay, PIMD is also part of the core team. So that will be there. But if you have more people, one of them can actually join. Second group is on capacity building of the key stakeholders. There, our district facilitators, RGSA coordinators, thematic experts, all of them actually will sit in district groups separately, which means there you will have 14 teams separately. The next platform there. Dr. Amritraj will be coordinating that. Okay. Third one is strategies on baseline data for Panchayat development card. Here we will have district level officers of economics and statistics from Kasaragod to Palakkad. Raise your hands. District level officers from Kasaragod to Palakkad. Thrissur beyond that. And then LSGD district officers, JDs or DDs from Thrissur to Trivandrum. LSGD, only 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, 7. Okay, then that's correct. And then planning, again, who all are there from Kasaragod to Palakkad will also join in that group. So they will sit this side. And Mr. Sunil will coordinate that group, group 3. Who all are from the planning? We discussed. Okay. Then the group 4 is actually institutionalization mechanism for building robust mechanisms. The LSCD team can decide one officer from LSCD, one officer from Directorate of Economics and Statistics, PIMD, one officer from the state team of the planning board, 1 or 2 planning board, and Mr. Harikumar will actually be part of that team. That you can sit on that side actually. This platform itself, but that side. Harikumar. And concerned seniors in these departments can actually direct who will actually represent your department in that group. And significance of PDA and roadmap, again, PIMD team, LSCD also decide who all can be there when provided from the state office. Then the directorate also, economics and studies also, and planning board also, who can all be part of it. Josnamal Madam will coordinate that you can sit on that side. We will discuss what we will have to do at that time. Please, hope this is fine now. Confusion now. Everyone knows where you are supposed to sit. So we will join. Now it is, what is the time? 1:50. So we will join at 2:30. We'll get 40 minutes. The lunch is arranged on our Sahyadri main mess hall, both floors. Sahyadri. Sahyadri. First, thematic experts have to wait. RGSA coordinators and thematic experts have to wait till the other officers have taken the lunch. So, but it's all arranged. But first let them have it and then. So all the officers, all others can actually join now itself. If it is raining, a bus is arranged. Otherwise, he can walk down. So we meet at 2:30.
We have given instruction that we will go over I will indicate that something. Because it actually not available. Yeah, for every ground, we are providing it.
എല്ലാവരും
ഞാന് ജില്ലാ ഫെസിലിറ്റേറ്റർമാര്, RGS കോർഡിനേറ്റർമാര്, thematic experts
existing data systems of the different departments. So that is also the one which we discussed. There are lots of MIS portal systems which are available in each department. Within the department itself, there are multiple MIS reporting portals. Unfortunately, all of these systems are following a different database structure. And each of these data collection methods are different, and the database structure is different. So probably we will be facing a difficulty in porting this data to a future portal which is upcoming. So we shouldn't be, so if we are unable to port the data from the existing portals, we should not add an additional burden of data entry at any level. So whatever is available, we should be able to do that. For that, we have one suggestion which has come up is that there should be a common reporting system or probably an entirely new reporting system which is designed to cater to the Panchayat system and which can cater to the requirements of the different line departments, which can align with the requirements of the line departments, whatever is existing, whatever the requirements of the department, as well as whatever is required for this development of this PDI. So that is one system, and probably it should also be based on a unique ID for each individual or each house or something like that. So currently each department is having its own unique ID for different purposes. For example, health department is using, in Kerala, we are using a unique health ID in the e-health system. The central government has brought up an ABA ID, and there are lots of IDs which are being used by other departments. And the existing data collection mechanisms, each line department has to scrutinize their own data collection mechanisms, whether it is useful in the long run, whether they are collecting any data unnecessarily, or whether it is aligning with the requirements of the, so that has to be refined. So that has to be refined, and it has to be aligned with whatever is needed for this PDI, as well as whatever is needed for the department. And whatever data we are collecting at each level. So this Panchayat, whatever structure is available in the Panchayat, there should be an institutional mechanism and the expertise and competence to compile this data, to analyze this data, and to consolidate it so that the Panchayat secretary can upload it or vet it and send it to the next higher level. So for that, probably we need suitable, adequate expertise at that level, with the help of the implementing officers of each line department who can finally vet and ratify the data. Then the other concern is regarding the indicators which we have been mentioning. So from the morning, we have been hearing about 577 indicators and across different thematic areas. So these indicators, because none of us were familiar with these indicators, so the concern raised was whether these indicators have been vetted by the respective line departments, and whether it has been customized or adapted to the Kerala scenario, and whether additional indicators as deemed necessary by the line departments is possible. So that is one area which needs to be addressed. Then, so another suggestion which came up was whatever data we are collecting, the Panchayat level, but if we can drill down to the next lower level, probably at the ward level. The ward level, currently we have an existing mechanism which involves the elected representative. There is a Kudumbasri representative. There is an Anganwadi worker. There is a health representative in the form of Asha worker. So if these 4 people can be mobilized and galvanized adequately, probably they can vet for the data, and probably they can scrutinize and better help in consolidating the data. So that is one suggestion which has come up from the group. And whatever we are doing, so in anything, all these indicators, whatever indicators we are developing, the methods of data collection, the utility, the methods of interpretation, and whatever, and all the personnel involved should be adequately trained. Training is, of course, and it will be there, I am sure. Training at different levels, as the cascading level, it should go down to all levels. So training is obviously a very important component of this area. So these are some of the points which we discussed as a group. I hope if I missed anything, probably my team members can add. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harikumar. Now we will go to group number 3. That is strategies on baseline development for Panchayat development card. So Shafiq is the Joint Director, LSCD in Ernakulam district, and he is also the former Deputy Director of KILA.
Thank you, sir, for introducing. So we had just had a brief discussion on the topic given, strategies on baseline data for Panchayat development card. So the initial hurdle we faced is that the entire indicator framework has not been handed over. So there was a difficulty in finalizing the strategies as such. So based on the whatever data or on the based on the information received from the presentations made in the morning, we have discussed and come up with some of the points. The first thing is that in the method enumerated here, the strategy adopted is that the village panchayat or the secretary or the official of the village panchayat himself or herself will be entering the will be giving the basic data. So and it is also told that further incentivization or the awarding will be based on the data provided by the secretary. Of course, there is a provision for validation at a higher level, but it would be better if the data is gathered on a more professional manner rather than the beneficiary of the data himself or herself giving or providing the data. So if it's just like the agricultural data collection done by the statistics department, there could be a professional agency who will be gathering data and filling up this data. The data will be more neutral and more dependable, will be more reliable. So that's the main the point to be discussed, that the quality of the data is kept for pure land record purpose only, and LSGS itself be taken as a basic unit of development, and all the future recording of data by all departments be invariably made based on the LSGA of that individual. That could be so that in future the data captured by departments can be easily converted or aligned with the PDI index. And the third point, third strategy we discussed for developing a baseline data is that a unique ID can be created for households. Presently, we are not having such a data along with the basic data for the as discussed for the basic database for the LSGA. A unique ID can be given to a household and buildings, and so that future further delimitation of LSGAs into wards or LSGAs or further bifurcation of LSGAs, etc., won't affect the basic data. So that there will be a continuity of basic data maintained by giving a unique ID to each household and all that. That can be brought into the concept of basic data base for the population register of the LSGA also. And likewise, the possibility of utilizing Kudumbashree as a source. We are having a strong network of SSGs, women SSGs in Kerala, Kudumbashree, and that can be utilized as a source for collecting data, basic data for the baseline data for developing the Panchayat Development Index. So these are the few points we could discuss in the limited timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Shafiq. Now we have group 4. That's actually institutionalization mechanisms for building robust mechanisms. Group 4. So this is Rajat, Joint Director for the Program Implementation, Evaluation and Monitoring Department.
Respected officers from the ministry, respected officers from various departments of Kerala and KILA team, and my dear friends. I represent Group 4. Myself, Rajat. My parent department is Economics and Statistics, and now working with Program Implementation, Evaluation, Monitoring Department in Government Secretariat. My group, all the members actively participated. So many of them, all of them have experience with conducting Mission and Antyodaya and various other surveys also. So we discussed some issues regarding data availability or data non-availability. Sir, first one, we are going to grade local bodies on 577 indicators. So first of all, we have to check how many of these indicators are having data or how many of these indicators are having no data. Second one serious point regarding census data. The last published census data is for 2011, sir. So we have to take a decision, ministry level. So whether we go by 2011 data or we select 2021 estimated data. So it's not just estimation because we are going to grade local bodies. So we have to get estimated population at the Panchayat level. So that's the second point. And third one, we have to decide who to collect the data. That's the third point. And fourth one, verification level. Our group suggestion is like Mission and Antyodaya survey, BDO. BDO may be appointed as the verification authority of the data. So for all this, we have to form committees at various levels. So at the state level, it may be better a committee under the chairmanship of LSGD, Additional Chief Secretary, state level committee. And district level, a committee chaired by DC and all secretaries and all heads of district departments or district officers of departments. And third one, DPC. It's a constitutional body. So at the DPC, district president and DC, they have to give strict direction to all the Panchayat presidents and secretaries and joint secretaries, because all the district officers of the departments are joint secretaries and they are members of DPC. So state level, one committee, at the district level, two committees, and one more, third one, DPC is already there. That's not a new one. So for this survey, two committees, one chaired by DC and second one, a technical committee to be formed, sir, technical committee. So members should be economics and statistics, planning board, district planning officer, and other related relevant officers, technical committee. That committee has to go through, that committee has to examine and take a decision, or they may put forward their suggestions on the points I mentioned earlier, availability of data, census data, that kind of things. And at the block level, we need a committee. And local body level, 2 committees. Local body level. Panchayat President, Secretary. And we know there are 13 implementing officers in each local body. So a committee with 13 implementing officers and including secretary and president. 1 committee. And second one, same as the technical committee suggested for district. Technical committee at a local body level. So some technical persons are available, and the statistical investigator from the economics and statistics department, 1 member, and IKM persons if available, and project assistants. And that 3 or 4 members constitute a technical committee to be at our suggestion to be at a local body also. So to make it a grand success, so because we know we are going to grade these local bodies, and it will be an annual process also. So sometimes some panchayats may get top grade, some panchayats may get lowest grade. So if your panchayat is at with the lowest grade, some confusion may arise, some conflict may arise. So to delete all such conflicts, we have to train, we have to make them thorough, fully aware of the presidents, secretaries, and all the officials of Panchayat at first. Because Panchayat officials and Panchayat governing body, various standing committees are also, they are the first level officers. Our group suggestion must be thoroughly trained, and they may be well aware of the grading system. So this is our suggestions based on our discussions. Please accept our suggestion and consider. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Rajat. Now we have the group 5, significance of PDI and roadmap.
Esteemed dignitaries from the Government of India, and my dear colleagues and friends. I am Amanath, Assistant District Planning Officer, Kottayam. Dear ones, it's not unfamiliar to Kerala to conduct evidence-based and data-based planning, because we have 25 years experience in data-based planning process, because we are familiar with a status report, which is being used widely for plan formulation. So our group has discussed what are the significance of PDI and to conceive a roadmap for PDI. Here, these are some more important suggestions that we have to put forward before this esteemed dignitaries. In order to identifying the significance of this PDI, first one is that we can identify the development status of Panchayat. So while evolving a PDI report, we can understand the development status of all the Panchayats in the state. Number 2, it will highlight the strength and weakness of the Panchayats. And the third one is we will have an arena of competitive Gram Panchayats all over the state. These are the most important 3 significant areas which we will put into frame. Now, how can we make a roadmap for bringing out this PDI more effectively? As I have said earlier, we have got a very good institutional framework for conducting evidence-based research and evidence-based planning. What we require is just to realign the entire process. So the question number 1, how can we make an institutional framework for PDI conducting? How can we frame an institutional framework? So here we are suggesting that can we make an institutional framework which will collect the data from the peripheral level up to the state level by precision data collection. So how can we formulate this precision data collection? This is the most important question. So here in Kerala, we have Department of Economics and Statistics, being the fulcrum and nodal agency for data collection from the peripheral level to the state level. In order to comply with the SDG aspirations, can we make an institutional framework putting in place this DSC, Director of Statistics and Economics, for combining collection and analysis of data to the Gram Panchayat? Number two, so we have data from each and every department. How can we use this data and when can we use this data? This is the question number two. So in Kerala, being plan formulation is an obligation and a constitutional mandatory work for Gram Panchayats. And we are experiencing that before the ensuing financial year, all the local bodies will get their projects approved before the March itself. So in order to make the data available for this planning process, we have to bring out an action plan. In this action plan, each and every element and each and every stakeholder has to get the data and information before the March itself, so that they can formulate the data for a planning process and to attain their own levels as SDG levels. This is the point number two. So can we bring out an institutional framework and an action plan? Number three, there will be some administrative silos will occur. Being 9 themes, there are various line departments have to in tune with work. But how can we avoid this administrative silo existing between the departments, particularly these 9 themes? So can we find out and can we develop a steering committee at all level? That steering committee will comprise all the administrative departments and all stakeholders and the 9 departments, which can supplement and augment data for this Panchayat Development Index. So that let us say that steering committee from the Gram Panchayat level up to the transacting to the block level and to the district level, so that as the fulcrum of development being a district, the steering committee at the district level can manage and supervise and give direction to the bottom committees. So this steering committee is our third proposal. Number 4, we need some appraisal in all development indexes, including PDI. How can we improve this appraisal and how can we bring this appraisal? Here comes the perspective and the role of the district planning committee, which is very vital and vibrant and dynamic in Kerala context. Can we entrust the district planning committee with the duty of the appraisal of this PDI, so that when if the appraisal and monitoring of the PDI and the related work at the district planning committee level, when it is being made obligatory from the part of the district planning committee, which is a constitutional body, which is having very professional backup. So when we are entrusting such a duty to the district planning committee to publish the appraisal report on PDI and frequent changes, and whenever what we require some corrections or omissions or what we can say commissions in all aspects, the DPC shall be in charge of this appraisal and monitoring. Now, next one is very important, that how can we bring the awareness among all the stakeholders, including the elected representatives regarding the data-based planning and its importance. Now the planning process is going on. There are status reports, there are data. But how can we go, how can we bring more lessons from the past and bring more future better? This is the question. So in that context, can we impart more awareness among all stakeholders regarding the data-based planning? This is very important. Now, another important thing which we have to say, that how can we customize data? This is very important. When we are moving, when we are coming across the partner violence, indicators like partner violence, anemia, or what we can say that pregnancy among below 14 years girls, there we require customizing data is very important. Suppose in a panchayat, there will be only 1 case, but when we go to the block level, it will be 3. When you go to the district level, it will be 7. But at the district level, as well as at the state level, this anemic patient or this, what we can say that the violence from the partner, such indicators are very important. So how can we customize the data at the panchayat level, and how can we impart knowledge regarding the customizing of data is very important. This institutional mechanism has to be evolved regarding the handling of data collection and customizing data. Now, everything must be accountable and should be publicized and put in public domain. So our proposal is that all the process, including the PDI data collection, PDI formulation, whatever it may be, the entire process shall be accountable to the public, and the public can make such an social audit, including we can use the modern, what we can say that the state of art or technology for accessing, it shall be accessible to all the public regarding the process, and they could ensure. And regarding another point, that all these PDA report shall be used for horizontal integration and vertical integration of development and planning process. So how can we use this data and the PDA report at the district, which is being the fulcrum of development? Can we use it for horizontal and vertical integration, as well as for planning process? This is the question. So by evolving such an institutional framework, by making an appraisal framework, by customizing the data, by making awareness of this data collected, and also the public accessibility to the entire process, we have prepared such a roadmap. This is open for your discussion and comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, because we had actually 14 groups or 13 groups for the group 2 capacity building, we'll only have a sample presentation that is from Malappuram. So Nivedya, our RGSA district coordinator, she will present.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nivedya, RGSA District Coordinator of Malappuram District. Our group discussed about the capacity building activities of key stakeholders. The summary of discussion is provide emergency training programs to the technical assistants of the Gram Panchayat based on the themes of SDG, and provide theme-based format to the technical assistants. Currently, we have the LIF on goals, based on goals. So we have to make a format on theme basis and provide to the technical assistants of Gram Panchayat. Then department-wise training programs provide to implementing officers on SDG theme basis. Then provide focus to primary and secondary data collection based on the SDG themes. Then strengthening the working groups of the Gram Panchayats based on SDG themes. Utilize the block level resource centers and block level resource person for the SDG theme-based data collection. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nivedya. Now I request the Joint Secretary, Sir, Vigasan Sir, to respond to the comments made. And after that, Sharmila Madam will join.
This can. I don't know. Can also be done. Thank you so much for great presentations. Some of the inputs, they were really worth not only consideration but also inclusion in the PDI, whatever need-based modification we should do. The first, the group one of the question was, what will be done for the ULBs, which is a very relevant question because nearly 40% of the population, they are in the municipalities, and especially in Kerala, the rural urban divide is it's very blurred. So the PDI that can be with some modification can be adopted by the ULBs also. They can also adopt the PDI with some more indicators or some less indicators, and they can also come up with their own indexes, they can compare the municipalities. The state can decide to use the PDI for ULBs also. And because for that the ministry is Mahua, so we cannot recommend that, but state can always decide to use this or use your own that system for the urban local bodies. If data porting is difficult, we are very confident that data porting will not be difficult, and wherever if let us say as of now 227 indicators are coming from the union ministries, central ministries, those will be ported from the departments also. Wherever API, if there is any difficulty in porting data through API, we will request the data as on March of the current year, March of 2023, we can take in the CSV format or Excel format, and that can be used in the portal that we will port through that means. And regarding vetting of indicators by the ministries or the departments, so there will be need-based modification. In fact, if you see, and some of us were there in the PDI workshop on 28th also, Ministry of Education has suggested some very good changes in few of the indicators. We are carrying those also in the database management application, so that our whatever scores we are getting, they reflect reality. And also when the PDI is deconstructed, the panchayats, the sarpanch, the state government, the district administration, they know where the problem lies and where the strength is there, so that they can also, those practices can be replicated. We are committed to intensive capacity building and training efforts, and already Yeshda and I have also requested Dr. Joy. So most probably latest by within next 3 to 4 weeks, we will start our SLMT training on PDI. Our portal will be ready by end of this month. That will also be launched, and along with that, SLMT training will also be launched before that. And regarding data collection by a professional agency, we also feel this, and even the ministry secretary also feels that the collection of data should be in a more professional way, that states can decide. Because if a state may decide to like Maharashtra has had this discussion with us, and they said that they will collect it through their own gram panchayats, but states can decide to get it done through like what CRPs are doing, or maybe through CSC or some other government agency which can collect data in a more neutral manner. But because there is no comparison of states, so the interstate comparison will be on those points which are being common. And secondly, the biggest role is of the statistics department, which has to validate the data, because the gram panchayat can fill any data, but it has to be validated by the team of the statistics department. And regarding LGD local body seeding, in my presentation also I requested for collection of all the data which with the LGD, not only village code but also local body code. Then regarding population, the census 2011 or the latest census, which will be the report will be taking some time. So as of now, it is up to the state what they would like to do. We have still not issued any direction regarding the population which has to be used, because whatever population, we cannot say that if population there in some states the growth is very high, so they have to use the latest data. However, if they decide that they will go only by census data, then there will be the indications, the index will be somewhat different. So it's better to go by the data, whatever the current estimated population is. Then the district planning committee has its own role, but in some of the states, the DPC has become, it is not very, I will not say defunct, but in some of the places it is not being utilized properly. So it is up to the state how they, who will oversee the data, who will oversee the data, the statistics, and whatever information is being fed into the system. Then the technical committee at the block level or district level, we also we will be happy, and we have also requested all the states, and also today in the presentation also, if there is a committee or the cell, dedicated cell by the statistics department for validation of data at the block level. If the data is validated well, and the qualitative data is finally validated, the work at the state level or the district level would be very less. So I hope I have covered most of the points. And last thing is that Kerala is already not only SDG, you are the leading state, the number one, and not only now, but for last so many years, and already KILA is into making the PDI based on the more than 300 indicators. So I hope that again, what I said in the morning, again, I request and I hope and I believe and I'm confident that you will be the first to bring out the PDI in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now we will have with us Srimati Sharmila Mary Joseph, the Principal Secretary, Local Self-Government Department. She will join us virtually. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Vijayanand sir, Sri Vikas Anand, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Director KILA, Dr. Joy Ilaman, officers from the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, officers from the Ministry of Panchayat Raj, heads of departments, and officers from the state government, from the various departments of state government, and dear friends. At the outset, let me apologize for not being there in person. I had in fact promised Dr. Joy and Mr. Vikas Anand that I would be there for the program today. But because of some unavoidable personal reasons, I was not able to make it for the program today. However, I have understood, or I've learned from, gathered from Dr. Joy, that we had representation from all the key departments of the state, from not only from the LSGD, but from planning department and from all the key departments which handle development matters. So I would like to thank all my fellow officers from all the state departments, from all the line departments of the state, who have gathered at KILA today for this workshop on Panchayat Development Index. As the Joint Secretary pointed out, and as the presenters in the morning have pointed out and have explained in detail, Kerala stands at the forefront as far as among the Indian states, as far as our achievements vis-a-vis the goals, vis-a-vis the targets in the SDG index is concerned. We have been the leading state among the other states of the country for the last 4 or 5 years, whenever the data has been compiled by the Niti Aayog and the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. We have been able to achieve this result. We have been able to make these laurels or gain these laurels only because all the departments of the state have worked in unison, have worked in collaboration, and have worked in coordination. Kerala, as we know, is the leading state in the country as far as decentralization is concerned. We have earmarked 27.14% of the plan funds to be utilized by the local governments for the development initiatives being implemented by the various departments. The Annex 4 of the state budget clearly prescribes the outlay for the various local bodies of the state, for all the local bodies of the state under plan head, under general purpose fund, and under the maintenance grant. No other state in the country presents an Annex 4 of the budget like this at the time of presentation of the state budget. And no other state places this data, this granular data, to the last point of service delivery. That is the local self-government institution or the local body of any state in such detail and with such clarity as is done by our state. So therefore, it goes without saying that, Kerala could achieve, the goals set under the broad framework of the Sustainable Development Goals also. Ministry of Panchayat Raj had, after series of discussions and deliberations with the stakeholders, the various state governments, and with experts in the field, clubbed these themes, clubbed the SDGs into 9 localized themes. And these 9 localized themes touch upon the most important aspects of development: the eradication of poverty, reduction of poverty, health and education, cleanliness in the village, water self-sufficiency in the rural areas, the village infrastructure, good governance. All these issues have been incorporated or been included in the 9 broad themes of the localized SDGs as brought out by the Ministry of Panchayati Raj. And in this year, the Panchayat Awards for the best performing panchayats were also presented to the panchayats based on the criteria, the yardsticks drawn up under these 9 localized themes. And our panchayats, 4 of our panchayats, 5 of our panchayats also got the National Panchayat Awards based on the localized SDGs drawn up by the Ministry of Panchayat Raj. Now that we have reached this far, what remains to be done at the state and in all the states for that matter is to ensure that the development indicators, as we have worked out in the Panchayat Development Index prepared by the Ministry of the Panchayat Raj, that the indicators listed out in the PDI have to be achieved, and the individual departments have to work their programs towards achieving these goals, towards achieving these indicators, towards achieving the targets that we have set for ourselves through this PDI framework. So today's discussions, today's focus group discussions, today's working group discussions, or today's group discussions have enabled the officers from the different departments to get an idea as to how this can be taken forward. The guidelines set forth by the ministry in the PDI framework book, in the volume 1 and volume 2, those two big bulky books that the ministry has launched, will serve as a guideline, as a yardstick, as a broad framework for us in the state government for the field officers in the districts and down below in the local self-governments to ascertain for themselves as to how, you know, their activities have to be worked, have to be drawn up, have to be arranged in order that they are able to achieve these goals and these indicators. So today's workshop is only the beginning of this big exercise which is there before us. We have to have detailed meetings at the headquarters with the secretaries of the various line departments and with the heads of the line departments, the directors of the departments, in order to see as to how the broad ideas thrown up today can be fitted into the programs of the individual departments, so that, you know, we are able to achieve the goals set forth in the PDI. So the broad action plans that have been prepared by the working groups today, by the groups today, I think KILA will sort of consolidate these the points that came up in the discussions today, consolidate the points that came up in the working group meetings, and that would become the basis for discussions at the headquarters level. So LSGD, in collaboration with Planning Department, in collaboration with Economics and Statistics Department, and in collaboration with the line departments, you know, have their charts or duties to be committed or to be completed for the ensuing months of this year, so that, you know, we are able to meet these targets fixed in the PDI. So I look forward to the report from KILA and the report from the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, which would set the ground for the work ahead of us. The reports prepared by the working groups, you know, would be consolidated by KILA and would be submitted to government soon. So we would chart out our action plan, our way forward in the meetings that we would have in the next 2 or 3 weeks, and see how we can move forward in collaboration with all the departments. I thank the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Mr. Vikas Anand, the Joint Secretary, and his team for having come down to KILA today to, you know, to set the ball rolling and to inform our line departments as to the tasks ahead of them. Along with KILA and along with the support of the officers of the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, the state government, the local self-government department of the state would take this exercise forward. And in the coming few weeks, we would work out the detailed action plan to take this forward. So let me thank the ministry officers once more. Let me thank KILA once more for hosting this program, and all the officers of all the line departments who came for the workshop today, and look forward to a joint, collaborative, coordinated exercise to take this agenda forward. Thank you.
Srimati Josnamal Madam, the Joint Director of the Local Self-Government Department. Over to you.
Respected Srimati Sharada Madam, respected Dr. Sharmila Madam, Sri Vikas Anand Sir, and other senior officials from the Central Ministry, as well as from various departments of Government of Kerala. A very warm good afternoon to you all. We had a lengthy session covering different aspects on preparing Panchayat Development Index. We know that the local self-government institutions have an important role to play in achieving sustainable development goals. As we all know, Kerala is conducting the first state-level workshop on Panchayat Development Index in India under the guidance and supervision of Ministry of Panchayat Raj. I think the senior officials participating in today's workshop got a good understanding about the intention of this endeavor, and thereby they can coordinate with the Panchayat Raj officials, elected representatives, and other department officials for furthering the goals of this workshop. Therefore, I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Srimati Sharada Muralidharan Madam, who has joined online to this workshop, who delivered the keynote address in this workshop, who spared time from her busy schedule to grace the occasion. This will surely encourage us in our future endeavor also. I also want to thank our Principal Secretary, Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph Madam, for proposing the strategies for the implementation of PDI in Kerala. Today, we have got a lot of information from Sri Vikas Anand Sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Director, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Government of India. I offer our gratitude on behalf of Local Self-Government Department, Government of Kerala, for your valuable presence and insights you have given. Sri S. M. Vijayan Sir, former Secretary to Ministry of Panchayat Raj and Chief Secretary to Government of Kerala, his thoughts have always been a guiding principle for decentralized planning. I express my sincere gratitude for his presence and information he has provided. I also want to extend my thanks to all the speakers, especially Sri Sunil Jain, Deputy Director General NIC, Sri Srikumar, Director Economics and Statistics, Srimati Josephine, Chief Decentralized Planning Division, State Planning Board, Srimati Smita Dayal and Dr. Bharat Raut, Consultant from Ministry of Panchayat Raj, and Sukanya from KILA, who have entertained us with their important and worthy opinions for making this event informative and very useful to us. I also thank Pankaj Kumar Sir, Remit Sir for your presence in this workshop. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to Dr. Joy Element, Director General of KILA, and his team for organizing this wonderful event. My sincere gratitude goes to all the participants from the Local Self-Government Department, State Planning Board, Economics and Statistics Department, aligned ministries such as Health, Education, Social Justice, especially all the RGSA coordinators who made this event a great success. Once again, thanking you all.
So the program comes to a close. We have tea outside, and we'll have tea and go back. Those who presented, if you can actually. Thank you, madam. Those who are presented, if you can give your notes, which will be of use to us. Thank you. Thank you all.